Звук-то есть? У нас все закончилось, да? Да, нам надо на боссов походить.
Body and mind. Error. Add astro.
Ты меня, конечно, в ближний свет отправила, но ладно.
Time to act. Rain outlines your fate.
Come at me!
Witness the power of the wild. Time to act.
Watch and learn! Sight clear! Scanning! Take!
Блин, надо за бабочками бы походить. Как? Нет, как их менять тоже? Да, я что-то в компе зависла. Решила комп включить, пообновлять чуть-чуть всего, что у меня там есть. И зависла немного там. 100 лет комп не включала.
Time to act.
Sight clear!
We'll see about that.
Я спала 12 часов, Вов, куда мне? Я в 9 вчера легла спать. Я уже стала спать.
Come at me.
У тебя что, сегодня не сильно загруженный день? А хули я его это сопровождаю, блядь? Читать-то мне не надо, конечно. Я иду сопровождаю. Чего я его сопровождаю? Что-то я еще не проснулся, мне кажется. Да тупанула я. Не посмотрел даже, что с ним делать надо. Ну ладно, попробуем. Нормас. Надо яу-яу допрокачивать арты. Я что-то вчера походила, такие парочку даже ничешных попалось. Именно на нее под хп. Я фулл хп сделала. И я думаю насчет оружки, что ей поставить. Оставить эту или грозу драконов возвысить на МС поставить. Я что-то не докачала. Насчет пера сомневаюсь. Думаю, может быть, что получше будет. У меня там куча есть хороших перьев, но уже качать нечем. 20, 20, 20. Ну да, вот перо осталось. Нечем уже качать. Ну там золотые остались арты. Чуть-чуть.
Outlines your fate.
Watch and learn. Scanning.
Опять бездна обновилась. А так уже надоело. Так не хочу. Первые 3000 она куда не шло. На 12 не пойду. Подожди, а 12 уже новая или нет все-таки? Я тут не чекал. Надо... Блин, я серьезно, я не успеваю за ней. Я вот вроде только ее сделала, а она опять новая. Да что ты будешь делать, думаю? А она во сколько раз? В 2 или в 3 недели обновляется? Даже. Ты уже все чекнул.
Feeble human. Stabilize. I will have order.
Busted.
My endless cycle begins. Solidify.
Fire hazard.
Insignificant past.
А, зачем мне это-то?
Feeble human. Solidify.
Time for a light show.
Ну, если так же, тогда я не пойду на 12. Я новую могу еще попробовать. Но что-то мне в последнее время вообще нервов на нее не хватает. Вообще даже не хочется. Ради 150 гемов. Раньше она была как-то немножко все равно попроще.
A thousand eons, mine to dominate. Burn to oblivion. Kneel. Gather.
Где... Так и знал, Женек, что это ты. Ты давно ждал стрима.
Solidify.
Вот здесь это как вам... А чего надо было делать? Блин, я так долго ее делала вообще.
Good ways, cruel world. Solidify.
Use the switch.
Possible.
Objective reprise.
Order guide you.
Game's up. Time's over. Break a leg. Fire hazard.
I was.
Не старала. Слушай, если бы еще Старейл вышел на плойке, я бы еще и его запускала бы. Вот так. Я с утра, пока пыталась проснуться, уже там все сделала. У меня нет книжек на прокачку персов, все закончилось. Мне там как его возвышать надо штуки 4 или 5 и нечем. Кавку. Это надо март 7, надо Наташу поднимать. Я не хочу. Поэтому и нет. Я хожу туда ради вот этих, типа, а-ля артов местных. И то редко. Я на той неделе, кстати, виртуальную вселенную так и не закрыла. Я забыла просто про нее. Я сделала ее наполовину и забыла остальное. Не было смолы, короче, уже не было местной. Там, оказывается, я вообще только вчера или позавчера узнала, что там уровни вот 1, 2, 3, и за каждую даются примагемы. Я не знала, я типа думала, что один раз проходишь, а остальное типа проходишь просто из-за того, что у тебя уровень отряда больше. А там примагемчики везде есть. Пум-пум-пум-пум-пум. Там нового босса еще даже не открыла. Я не проходила сюжет.
Come on out, right here, right now. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge, right here. Right now, right here. Show them.
Cascade. Kamisato Arc. Suiyu.
Right now.
Be still.
Come on out, right here. Emerge. Stand with me.
Mind the deluge. Solidify.
Right now. Emerge. Right here. Our bond is strong. Out of my way.
Cascade.
Блин, никак звук не могу настроить, то громко, то тихо. Ой, не забыть бы, что тут эти ваншотные.
I will have order.
A sight to behold. Right here. Right now.
Во-во-во. Я вот про них все время забываю.
Kamisato Arc. Suiyu. Cascade.
Oh, well then. Our bond is strong. Show them. Emerge.
Нет, я на той неделе ходила. Ты сам сказал, что их надо, блин, по-любому делать там, а то иначе это в талантах везде понадобится потом. Я так полагаю, что на нового надо будет для Блейда. А, про Гейшу. Думал, про это. Не, на... Здесь я стабильно на двоих хожу. БП у нас закончилось, поэтому третий-то и не нужен. Меня задолбало, я как новую карточку получаю, а вот она у меня все время, блядь, как захожу в игру и горит. Мы получили новую карточку, а то с первого раза нельзя ее убрать. Так. Фанка я все время забываю. Если честно, там уже сложновато становится. А ходить на арты ради тратить 40 смолы на один арт, блядь, я ебала. Я пока 60 не апну, я больше ходить не буду. Я столько смолы туда потратила, а все впустую. Нахер надо. Какой кошки? А, ей надо новый босс. Я ее лисой называю. Почему кошка? Да мне бы хотя бы до 70-го апнуть, у меня книжек нету. Я уже большую часть возвысила, а апнуть их дальше не могу. Так она, может, на японском мяукает. Ну да, она на английском-то не мяукает. Да, у меня... О, уже загрелись. А можно это? Подождите. У меня там... Интересно. Что-нибудь стоит интересное? У меня до сих пор не возвышен. Это тоже. Понятно. Подожди, у меня же... А, у меня на этой все стоят. А на Юнзи. Точно, точно. Все стоит на Юнзи.
Come on out, right now, right here.
This is order. Solidify. The depths beckon.
Emerge.
Cascade.
Что-то дед подыхает. Твоего хп нету. У тебя хотя бы 60, у тебя хотя бы падает по 2. Уже проще. Мне по 2 падало пару раз. Но это такое себе. Я тебе прислала скрины. Основной стат защита, зато внизу, блядь, все заебись. Я Сушан не могу прокачать. Не все упали на защиту. Вот все, что на физу мне упали, они все упали в защиту, блядь. А на физу мне упало очень мало. Там другой в основном, короче, падал. Ну это я делаю.
Let's begin. I will have order.
Show them, right here.
The loneliness of death.
Ну да, еще до 15. Ну, я некоторые подняла, там некоторые были плюс-минус нормальные, у некоторых подняты. Но все равно я, наверное, половину солью их в какие-нибудь другие получше.
Stabilize.
Come on out. Emerge. Right here. Emerge.
Помню, как Вова такой, да нахуй еще ради них ультра использовать или еще что-то такое. И так сойдет и в сторонку встал. И также я и Мика всех разъебал, правда у него и Мика C2. Ну ладно. Вот ты говоришь, что мажор, вон ладно. Такой взял, крутанул 50 на 50 C2 себе выбил. Потом проиграл наказание, потом выбился C1 казана и через 20 круток, сука, C2 выбил, блядь. А потом через 20 круток еще и сигналь хатаймов выбил. Вот где мажор-то. Да я еще пока не знаю. Короче, у меня сначала Блейд будет. Я сейчас, наверное, вот с эту неделю еще похожу, повозвышаю. Может быть, что-то кому-то как-то. Таланты, не таланты и так далее. И надо на Блейда собирать. Я не знаю, просто есть уже в сети инфа, короче, что ему надо или нет, я еще не чекала. А потом уже и на кавку. И сначала на Блейда. И внизу, что ли, где-то? Надо эту... Господи. Я забыла, как ее зовут. Ну, хиллера моего, вот, которая 5-звездочная. Вот ее надо еще возвысить, потому что... Она под него пойдет. И вот там уже можно как раз качать Наташу для второго скилла. То, что лучше я же себе не выбивала. А для бездны. Все в ХП. А зачем ему прям все в ХП? У него от ХП идет. Ну, я знаю, что он его теряет, но у него скилл-то от ХП разве идет? Ну, я имею в виду не от силы атаки, как у многих, типа. Думаю, что ему не так много ХП надо. Надо же и ШК, и криты. Бонус ветреного урона. Типа потерял ХП и урон получил. Блин, я что-то лазила, я пыталась что-то почитать, но они не особо много информации дают. сайта. Когда у нас? 8 июля в 2:30 по МСК, что ли? Стрим. В 4 по МСК, не помню. Ханкаем. Вот я хочу лисичку. Лисичку хочу качать. Что саппорты? Можно, в принципе, и ту же самую эту можно использовать, наверное. Там две же у нас лисички саппортов. Одна на всех урон, а другая индивидуально типа повышает. Плюс волк снимает защиту, снимает этот одно усиление какое-то дает.
Truth repeats its course. Dare to mess with me? Useless. Teamwork is strength. Lament. Here. Here.
Блейд 2. Слушай, я так была равнодушна к Блейду в плане того, что я хотела, типа, всех охотников за Стеллароном собрать. Типа, Кавка огонь, Волк огонь. Думаю, я Блейда, короче, захвачу себе. Пока трое все равно. Такая, а потом, вот на днях, когда я узнала, что Блейд, он а-ля Сяо в плане ветреный урон, теряет хп, и типа, я такая, нет, все, это точно мой персонаж. Я бы не сказала, что он такой же красивый, как Сяо, но все равно. Да ее же тоже надо прокачать, чтобы она и энергию заливала, и силы давала опять. Я ее скоро до 80-го возвышу. Там артов нету. Надо на арты ей ходить. Я в половине не понимаю, что там в артах. Вот это вот эффекты пробития кому надо, кому там скорость, кому чё. Я понимаю, кому надо защиту, блядь, впихнуть вон этот Пир ГГ, блядь, и Март 7, и Гепарду, и все, нахуй. Ну там ладно, и электро, и ледяной урон, там вот это вот можно еще понять. А вот в этих саппортах, в лисицах я вообще не шарю. Какие марты собирать вообще надо? Там есть, короче, какие-то темы, типа, если у тебя скорость от 120, то у тебя там повышается ШК, криты, есть такая, короче, фигня. Но я пока еще не дошла. Надо повзвышать их, 60 и апнуть, и там уже буду ходить на арты, может быть, уже, засяду у них и буду разгребать, короче. Я просто уже пыталась почитать. Вот. Кому какие. Ну, ты же знаешь, по гайдам это тоже такое себе, конечно. Надо тоже сидеть и разбираться самому. этот еще, как где артефакт можешь под себя сделать. Я заметила, что там типа есть ключ, надо вот с других артефактов, короче, типа с разбора иметь эту херню, и ключики есть, а ключики типа только в БП дают, чтобы ты мог выбрать сам верхний стат, а нижние рандомные получаются. А что, ключи больше никак не добыть, что ли, кроме БП? То есть ты, получается, делаешь артефакт вообще рандомный? Вов, ну я же на 12 не пойду, контента особо нету. Ну, первые 3 они легкие. Ну ладно, может быть, как его, с монолитом придется поебаться чуть-чуть. Нет, не пойду. Ты мне сам все закрыл на 2-2-2. У меня даже на 3-3-3 не было закрыто. А я-то уж подавно не пойду. С твоим-то терпением. А ты закрыл на 2. А с моим я вообще не закрою. Пойти тоже на 2-2-2, но это же неинтересно. Вон Женек вообще не парится, он никуда не ходит. На Геншу вообще хер забил. Охуенно сделать 2 артефакта. В БП, по-моему, 2 ключа, что ли, дают, если я не ошибаюсь, или 1. Сделать 1-2 артефакта и еще и за деньги, считай. Я понимаю, что это не только ты покупаешь ключ, но и покупаешь всякие плюхи и дополнительные крутки и так далее. Но, блядь, все равно. Такая себе система. Я думала, она будет поинтереснее, попроще и бесплатная. Мне она не понравилась. Верните свое бабло. А смотри, физическое или ментальное сопротивление. До этого не физическое было. А нет, все. Просто нет, поменяли что ли? А мог бы, мне было бы приятно.
Stand with me. Time for takeoff. Lightning terrified. Here we go.
Here you are.
I see everything. The Temple of Wisdom. Let's play.
Где ты, блядь, прыгаешь-то?
That's close enough. A new punching bag. Stabilize.
Do your master's bidding.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Happy to oblige.
Punching bag.
How heartless.
Need.
Access denied.
You won this one. No more tricks up your sleeve. That's good. Gather.
Transfiguration.
Блядь, у меня плойки не полностью отображаются сообщения.
You
Ладно.
won this one.
I'm getting sick of this place.
I'll be back.
Кому выйти? Выйти, да. Ну, блин, я все элегию хочу. Я жду элегию. Я не помню, что на нем стоит. Что на нем стоит? Что на нем стоит? А, на нем бесструнный стоит.
Everyone hold hands. Dissipate. Think you can get away? Brace yourselves.
Quicker.
Stand with me. I'll settle this. I see everything.
Well now.
Time for takeoff. This might hurt a little.
О, про Алика. Алик в крипи прям сделал. Но у него там есть пара артов, которые прям хуйня полнейшая.
One with nature.
By ordinance divine. My will embodied.
Да у меня Алик C2. Дай ему.
All hail. Born of ice and frost.
Давайте тоже восстанову не хватает. Я и элегию хочу. Восстанову у него, да, там 105 где-то. Зато у него заебись все с остальным собрано. Да надо ходить на арты, я говорю. Я вот походила на арты, и мне выпало только для Яо-Яо еще плюс-минус что-то нормальное, и все. Не для Нахиды что-то там с критами, с ММС, ничего такого не выпало. Ну вообще нихуя просто.
Make yourselves at home.
Scatter.
Here we go. Hey, stand with me.
Here you are.
Просто у него там с C1 откат побыстрее идет. Чуть-чуть. Я, кстати, вот ивент-то был, где давали пробные пачки. Там же альфа-тайм C0, ебать, он так долго там восстанавливает. То есть с C1, ну, реально есть разница. Прям, я бы сказала, большая разница.
This is order.
Take your true form.
Into the wind.
Access denied.
Ладно, допустим. Они даже не поняли, что произошло. Ну, допустим. Ой, блядь, нахуй мне чича. Чичу можно вообще уже все, блядь, физу делать. Она ж С2. Я уже даже привыкла немного к твоему этому Казахе С1. Удобненько. У меня так-то есть еще время выбить ему С1. Мне там надо сделать 20 круток буквально, прям максимум. Но мне так что-то, не знаю. Как бы без него нормально жалко просто жалко, не знаю почему. Потом будет 50 на 50, тем более. А я Лина жду. Сейчас со 100% вот. Так, кого я тут хотела взять?
Right here. Right now. Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom. Our bond is strong.
Quicker.
Show them. Right here. Right now.
Here you are. A process of elimination.
Прям под ульту пролетел. Еще ешьте.
Solidify.
Do your master's bidding.
As one with wind and cloud. The wind knows me.
Born of ice and frost.
Я нихуя не вижу. От Шаньхэ все летает, от Казахи все летает. Ебали. Если еще туда ульту этого... Казы, то это вообще забей. Я сама не поняла, что произошло. В смысле? Тут вроде никаких артефактов нет, дополнительных нету. Ничего не меняло. А что в смысле, когда? Ебать, как это хуярит, конечно. Ну ладно. Вот тебе и восстановление энергии.
Right here. Nothing lasts forever. I'm getting. Is that all? Right now. Right here. Hey!
Here you are. Scatter.
Get with me. Come on out. Right now. Emerge.
Stabilize.
The insolent shall be by ordinance divine. Take your true form.
Into the wind. Fallen leaves. Adorn my
Order guide you.
Born of ice and frost. Next on the agenda. The more, the merrier.
Solidify.
My will embodied. Blink. Over here.
Ну чё, все в разных сторонах-то?
Access denied. Got you. Over here. Her Majesty's
This is order.
Obey.
Let me amuse myself a little. Boring. So very. Look at me. Just once.
Так. Это вот где надо прочность, да, у нас? Блять, я опять не вовремя кого брала. Второй придется опять, наверное, козу брать. С этими течениями, блин. Сейчас. Сейчас разберемся по situation.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom. Our bond is strong. Here comes the catch. Gotcha. Quietly now.
Process of elimination.
Lightning terrified! Busted. Gotcha. Take it easy. Things are about to get dicey. Our bond is strong. Hey! Make yourselves at home. Busted.
Flicker. Scatter.
Game's up. One's over. Stand with me. I'll settle this. Everyone hold hands.
Gather. Order guide you.
Cryo incarnate.
As one with wind and cloud.
Take your true form. Blaze over. Born of ice and frost.
Your coming was foretold. One with nature.
Eternal oasis. Stabilize.
Transfigurate.
This is order.
No touching.
Gotcha.
The wind knows me.
We'll get.
By ordinance divine.
Clouds high. The birds call.
Behold
I see everything.
the abyss.
Share my night.
Hear the truth.
Our bond is strong.
My holy Proclamation.
Well now, the process of elimination.
Here comes the catch.
Here you are.
Stand with me.
Great. Solidify.
Into the wind.
All hail.
Your coming was foretold.
Gather.
Bloom as a one with nature.
Order guide you.
Born of ice and frost.
The eternal oasis at long last.
Solidify.
My will embodied.
Into the wind.
No touching. Cryo incarnate.
Goodbye. But we'll...
Bond is strong.
Чуть-чуть, блядь, поднять.
Busted. Dissipate. Hey! The Temple of Wisdom! Quietly now. Busted. The insolent shall be punished. Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now. Gotcha. I see everything. Sharing my knowledge. Lightning, purify!
Here you are.
The magic power flows through me. We're way behind schedule.
Gather.
One with nature. Fallen leaves. Adorn my nut.
Это что за комната с этим? Назнать.
Bow before the abyss.
Ой, бля, заёба грешная.
For Rex Lapis. Access denied. Take your true
Постойте, не
form.
двигайтесь.
The wind knows it.
By ordinance divine.
Clouds high. The birds come.
Born of ice and frost. My will embodied.
Will come. Solidify.
Take your true form. Blaze over.
I will have order. The world will burn.
Come on. Focus.
Gather.
Transfiguration. Access denied.
Surging tide. The end will. The abyss.
Все, бездна пройдена. Не, ну можно? Ради прикола, конечно, пройти. Сейчас только плюшки надо все забрать. Да я забуду. Ну, бля, это не 12, это 13. Даже не хочу на него идти. Я там ничего не сделала. Прям вообще от слова нихера. Блять, еще рука устал, что. Что мы, получается? Боссов мы походили, репутацию мы сделали, делики сделали, бездну, считай, прошли. А что в Генши-то делать еще? Неважно, ребят. Блять, я только в первой половине просто 2 минуты трачу. 2 минуты, а то и даже с лишним. Пока одни появятся, их грохнешь, пока вторые появятся, их грохнешь. На вторую половину уже все времени нету. Смола, ну я там 2 смолы сделала, но можно еще слабый потратить, надо на арты походить. Я все-таки тоже почистила немного артефактов в плане того, что я там прокачивала, перекрафтила в анима. Парочку, может быть, мне нормальных еще выпало, но что-то на джилку надела. Но она так себе, конечно, пустота. Мне не нравится. Хочу джин, как у Нюка. Это в первую половину, да? Подожди, ты же Нахиду хотел во вторую ставить. Типа националка с Нахидой. А может Хейдзо взять? Националку с Хейдзо? Блять, ну там эта хуйня во втором этаже летающая. Да я там без деда вообще не выживу. Я не как ты. Я уже не уметь такое. Бегать от них. Да ну хуйня идея, если честно. Что-то я не хочу. У меня не получится. У меня нет столько нервов. Ой, тут вестники, да ну его на... Да не, ребят, да я ебала, я видела, как ты матерился насчет... Было в пизду, не хочу даже. Честное слово. Все за бабочками походим. Ой, с этими вестниками, честное слово, вообще неохота. Мне кажется, кстати, этих вестников очень хорошо, возможно, я не знаю, идти в пачкой с бутонизацией. С Нилу там, Нахидой. Ну помню, как ты матерился, блядь, с этими вестниками у себя. У меня сейчас один выходной, я завтра работаю, и у меня там в конце недели, я не знаю, как будет. Надо, кстати, завтра выйду, надо будет поговорить. Потому что эту мадам нашу беременную не отпускают из больницы, ей совсем там хуёво. Вот. Она там, блядь, при любой возможности в обморок падает. Так что толку от нее нету. Еще и скоро в декрет уйдет вообще. Цветение же это спира. Ты, конечно, не матерился, блин. Порассказывай мне тут. Где у нас? А я выплескивала эмоции. У меня единственный геймпад на 5-ю полку, а новый покупать у меня нету денег. Как бы 7 тысяч на дороге не валяются, или 8, там, я не помню. Поэтому, ну его нахер. Я еще доломала себе геймпад от злости. Так периодически стики мудят.
This is order.
We'll see about that.
Да ёбаная... Интересно, она что-то сделает? Нет, нихуя.
Stabilize.
Мне еще вечером к тебе идти. Мне на сегодня нормально так Геншину будет. Надо пособирать ресурсы всякие. У меня ни хрена нету. Я знаю, на что надо походить. Надо на плесенников походить. И еще. Да я уже давно особо так не играла, так что я не думаю, что будет переизбыток. Я вечером захожу, ты уже был там. Мне только смолу потратить. Чаще всего. Так что норм.
Solidify.
Я 100 лет не ходила на этот, как вам. Здесь на руду интересно что-нибудь есть? Опачки есть. А?
Stabilize.
Пинк. На смерть свою идешь.
Solidify.
Руды много не бывает. Хотя у меня там уже накопилось так нормально. По 300 штук. Откуда накопилось, я вообще не знаю. Я в принципе, вообще не ходила по вечерам за рудой. Только ты, если не собирал. Вот ты и крафтил сразу. Ребятки, встаем, а то мне скучно кого-то попиздить.
Solidify.
Идем все сюда.
Everybody stand up. Have fun with this game.
Evil conquering. Worthless. Here. Here.
Нормально. Надо еще будет в начало сюда сходить. Там посмотреть руду.
Stabilize.
Я все хочу, чтобы они сделали, блин, систему артефактов хотя бы, чтобы по дням неделям было, как книжки. В Genshin. А книжки в идеале вообще сделать, как в Старейли. Когда хочешь, тогда и собираешь эти ресы. Щит. Где он?
We'll see about that.
Useless. Useless. Gather.
Сюда вот. Я вроде тут не так давно была, но все равно мало ли. Вон, что-то есть. Что-то есть. О, да тут полная.
Stabilize.
Можно еще походить здесь. Если не давали, конечно, гору на днях, я не знаю.
Solidify.
Видно, бабочку собираем. Я не так много мест знаю. А, еще пару в этих знаю. Примеру мест. Ну, нет, не шибко. Наверное, руда вся заспаунилась в остальных местах. Надеюсь, реран Сяо не придется еще потом 1,5 года ждать. Это не сюда такой туман добавили, не было раньше такого тумана. Они что-то исправили. Вот тут бабочка же у нас тоже есть. Да, скудная. Нет, нифига ничего.
Stabilize.
Опять надо БП покупать, блин. Не, подожди. Во. Что-то я запутался. Забыла уже, куда надо идти.
Worthless.
Ого. Тут хоть что-то есть.
We'll see about that. Years of the storm. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Disappear. Here.
Не будем сегодня тратить хп Сяо. Хоть мне не нравится, как он это... Ой. При ульте обычные атаки делает прикольно.
Solidify. Gather.
Текс. Где он? Тут еще, по-моему, этот был. Да. Типа а-ля на будущего Сайна. Если я все-таки буду его убивать. Не знаю пока еще.
Let's light it up.
А что еще-то делать здесь? Делать-то нечего.
Order guide you.
Сейчас на песенников похожу.
Solidify!
Truth repeats its course. Too late for regrets.
Boring!
Dare to mess with me?
Gather!
Будет меня туда-сюда. В одну сторону, в другую сторону. Опачки.
Stabilize! Solidify!
Useless.
И вообще, вот тупо ничего не упало с него. Ну, пипец вообще.
Gather!
Useless. Have fun with this gift. Too late for regrets.
Блин, вообще тоже мало, конечно, как гарды. Так же мало. Пошел слушать Геншу. А что здесь нового такого? А. Я не знаю, зачем мне это. Ну ладно, пусть будет. У меня и слабой-то смола особо нету. Всего 40 крови только накопилось. Вообще нет ничего. Кот, ну что такое?
Dare to mess with me?
I will have order.
Wretched dastard!
Stabilize.
Useless.
Что еще есть где-то? Отлично. Как сидит, смотрит. Ничего ты.
Truth repeats its course. We'll see about that. Useless.
Solidify.
Ты что, блядь, угораешь, что ли?
Too late for regrets.
Застрял в камне? О, хоть я туда. Хоть не бесполезно его убивала. Штуки тоже можно пособирать. Его кому-нибудь еще пригодится. Хотя хрен знает кому. Давай, вот я уже все прокачала. А, мне, по-моему, надо ей таланты еще поднимать. Бы я Саята поставила в какую-нибудь пачку так. По приколу. О! Нет, мы не зря сюда пришли. А, он улетел туда, а это здесь появилось. Ну ок. Вообще ничего не дал. Еще есть.
Solidify.
We'll see about that.
Thank you.
Stabilize.
Years of the storm. Too late for regrets.
А, ну ок. А, они, наверное, внизу где-то. Ну, рыбалкой можно позаниматься.
Order guide you.
Dare to mess with me? Useless. Boring. Too late for regrets.
Ну, кстати, грибы тоже нужны. Вряд ли я уж странника буду выбивать. Но все равно. Ты не горел на него желанием совсем.
Here.
Жизни назад. Тогда Вол смотрела, что-то и пропустил совсем.
Gather.
Truth repeats its course.
Boring. Stabilize.
We'll see about that.
Да, ты мне сейчас все заруинишь, и мне другие упадут.
I will have order.
Years of the storm. Too late for regrets. Touch.
Да, светящийся.
Solidify.
О, тут много. Попадали откуда-то. Ты чё? Ты просто так валяешься? Блин, вот в пустыне вот было интересно полазить внизу особенно. Ну, правда, заебышно, но интересно. Сейчас совсем делать нехуй. В среду, конечно, будет небольшой контент, но не думаю, что надолго. Все, больше не отображает. Так, ты чё тут все сидишь и сидишь? Даже с места не двигаешь, сидишь и смотришь. Что ты смотришь? А, нет, вон еще есть, показывает. Блин, тоже вот ни туда, ни сюда. Ну пошли вот через эту. Там как раз, по-моему, их много. А нет, тут где-то. Угу. Во, вот здесь их много. Как раз по пути сейчас сделаем. Вон там дальше.
Worthless.
Have fun with this gift. We'll see about that.
Lament. Worthless. Here. Stabilize.
Too late for regrets. Dare to mess with me?
Boring. This is order. Solidify.
Too late for regrets.
Useless.
We'll see about that.
Stabilize.
Years of the storm. Dare to mess with me?
Disappear. Here. Worthless. Here.
Все есть. Обычно, мне кажется, меньше отображает. Что-то сегодня нормально так.
Worthless.
Too late for regrets.
Solidify.
Ну, походу, все.
Stabilize.
Где, блядь? Наверху стоишь?
Everybody stand back!
Lament.
Where are you?
Worthless. Here. Here. Worthless.
А, в этом еще плесников дофига. Ну там не все подходят. Они должны быть гидра. Либо, по-моему, аниме. Ну вот, чуть-чуть есть.
Solidify.
Truth repeats its course. Dare to mess with me?
Useless.
Нифига ты. Ну да, а что еще делать? Я вон на заплейсниками хожу, чтобы было. Это у меня нету, нифига. Что еще делать-то? Можно, конечно, какую-нибудь другую пушку включить. Я там... как его называют? Спрей. Установила.
We'll see about that.
Useless.
Тем более, сколько времени-то еще обед. Вот эти не дадут то, что мне надо, но пригодится. Все в дом.
Gears of the storm. We'll see about that.
Boring.
Stabilize.
Too late for regret. Let's light it up.
Off we go.
Все собрали. Ну, почти сейчас.
Adventure time. Off we go.
Не, у меня есть эти. Еще. Господи. Истории.
Adventure time.
Гене. Задание легенд. Есть Форзан, Лайл и Кавер. Скукотища. 3 круточки, между прочим, так-то. И плюс еще там, если в примагемах посчитать еще сколько. Это помалу, да? Поскольку там дается-то. О, типа можно, если чё. Профессор Форзан. Да, точно. Слушай, я вот эту, которую проходила, я даже не вчитывалась. Я просто понажимала, короче, и все. Вот там вот, где длинная была, вроде, я у тебя видела, там что-то было интересное, по-моему. Может, Кавиха попроходить? Вообще так-то надо этим заняться, как ни крути. Я просто сейчас смотрю, что мне надо прям такого. Надо сначала, я думаю, еще слабость смолы потратить.
Adventure time.
Прикрафтить. И сходить на артефакты. Выпадет полное говно. Мы же знаем. Но все равно. Можно сгонять. Есть уже немного хочется, конечно. Ну да, я говорила, у него где-то 105 восстановы. У меня... Ну, плюс-минус пойдет, но тут восстановы нету, конечно. Здесь тоже нету восстановы. Здесь тоже нету восстановы, но цветок вообще шикарный. И перо очень хорошее. Блять, это перо вообще не заменишь. Ну, где еще будет 31,9 крита? С учетом того, что есть и МС ШК. Если бы это не трехстатник был, и защита была бы сразу все упала в криты, там сколько, 35 с чем-то. Численный МС, не знаю. Ну вот есть восстанов, ну 11. Ну, тут ШК идет, но критов тут нету. Часы левые, потому что мне кубок, но вот здесь плохой кубок. Кубок надо какой-то другой на бонус дендроурона. А здесь, по-моему, нет ничего хорошего. На МС. Такое себе. Чтобы бонус это стоял. И вот это вот, ну, такое. Средненькое, но имеет место быть. Ладно. ШК ушло в криты, там в МС, защита, ну, там все по... В крит, по-моему, 2 раза, наверное, ушло, остальное по одному. Ох. Вот это бы и... Насчет этого не знаю. Ну, тоже можно получше. Бонус дендроурон мне надо хороший этот. Пока так. Все, покурить схожу. Мне мама принесла рыбки. А я как раз купила картошки. Я хочу себе мятую картошечку сделать, рыбки. У меня еще огурчики малосольные домашние есть. Вкуснота.
Wait.
А ты кавиха еще не проходил?
No. Whatever. Wait. Huh? No. Whatever. Wait. Huh? No. Whatever. Flicker. We'll meet again.
Бать, а что нам еще здесь надо? Конечно, нам же так нужна защита. И хп нам нужно. Для кого, не знаю. Блять, этот сет подходит только 2 персам.
Stabilize here.
I see everything. Make yourselves at home.
Let's end this now. Meet again.
И ни тому, ни другому это не нужно. Опять хп.
Everyone hold hands. Our bond is strong.
Flicker. We'll defract. Meet again. Stabilize.
Hey! The Temple of Wisdom. Dissipate.
МС 1031. 1031, блять, МС. И что там С2, и плюс там Нахида еще дает, и что-то там и от Куки это идет. Вот, я не знаю, нихуя 1031 МС. Ему можно, мне кажется, если его так ставить, часы какие-нибудь на силу атаки поставить. А так, если по приколу. Наверняка уж на ком-нибудь что-то есть хорошее. Китсен вообще заебись, на силу атаки стоят. Просто посмотрим, что получится. Я, по-моему, подалека их и делала. Под С2 поставил на Китсу. Какое говно, боже. Разраб, может спихать его в жопу.
Everyone hold hands. Stand with me. Lightning, purify. I see everything.
My patience.
I'm getting sick of this game. Make yourselves at home.
We'll meet.
838. Да, сила атаки тоже от кого-то прибавляется, наверное, от Нахид 1939. Но я так и цифр не увидела. Нихуя. что они слишком быстро поумирали. Вот нафига в хп это взяла, это я в криты не делать. Так-то ни херново получается. У него так 226 плюс нахида, луки там 800 с лишним делает. И этот нахида C2 800 с лишним мастерство становится. А если у него часы еще на МС, то вообще 1031. Я знаю, что она в мемах бегает. Что у нее 2 ешки. Сейчас тут можно мотануть. Сорок 31, 50. Да плюс-минус, по-моему, одинаково получается. Хуй знает, как лучше. Я изначально мемуары ставила. Я потом морской атлас меняла зачем-то там и, возможно, забыла обратно поставить. Я даже не помню. Я эти скачала под нее. Вот это. Мемуары. Возможно, я какое-то время переставляла. Но я уже привыкла, что типа были эти мемы. Ты мне сказал, что там типа побольше МС дается. И я что-то второй тоже скачала, ставила. И, может быть, какое-то время такое бегало. Что вообще забыла. Все равно обе книжки под нее, больше некому их ставить. Надо, наверное, пока обратно вернуть. Ой. Кицин. Пока так оставлю. Кое-как я там все сделала. На авось собралось. Блин, если этой, как вам, я и Мика люстру выбивать, ее придется переделывать. Надо, наверное, сделать кофеечек, чтобы перед тем, как начинать. Купила какой-то чай малина и облепиха, смесь черного и зеленого чая. Облепихи там вообще не ощущается, как будто малина и чуть-чуть мяты. Короче, так себе. Ну, он стоит 50 рублей, блядь. Что там за чай будет за 50 рублей? Просто я думала, он какой-то, ну, вкусненький, фруктовенький, а он какой-то ни о чем. Аж пироженки тут лежат. Мама принесла малины с черной смородиной. Надо еще эти ягоды сейчас съесть, а то испортится. И курицу разморозить, приготовить. Сегодня она навряд ли уже разморозится. Ну ладно, надо было вчера вечером выложить. У меня микроволновки нет. Я не любитель микроволновок. Чтобы можно было там разморозить, конечно. Купить микроволновку для размораживания. Тоже такое себе. Может быть, рано или поздно это сделаю. Текс. Ну пошли. Поболтаем.
I've taken a look at your proposal. It's much better than the ones you showed me before.
Oh, come on, not again. Isn't this the 6th?
It's a bit hard to put into words.
I have to say, that's a terribly vague and unconvincing explanation. Please enlighten me.
For starters, don't you think this door, too? I don't think it needs to be nearly this large. If you could reduce it to around my height, you could use the leftover materials to
The roof and the door are the most fundamental parts of a building. Even if the soul of the building won't be lost, all traces of architectural style would be gone. Anyone with the slightest inkling of architectural knowledge would know to leave them alone.
Oh, I understand the principles of what you are saying, of course, but the truth remains that I'm still Oh, actually, I just got an idea. Can we get rid of all the extraneous sections on the roof?
What?
Don't architects often say that symmetry makes everything more balanced and pleasing to the eye?
I really don't know how you managed to come up with such a ridiculous idea. Wait, don't tell me. Anyway, that's it. I will not be working on this commission anymore. Goodbye.
Hey, young man, please wait!
Какой нервный. Я его так понимаю, конечно. Что это? Типа, когда показываешь проект. А так я не хочу вот так, но я хочу вот так. А ты говоришь, что так нельзя, например.
Oh, hey. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime. It's no good. So you saw all that, did you? Ugh, I thought I was in the clear. I made sure... Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Honestly, it wasn't that big. Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine in a glass of juice, coming right up.
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well, I'd really appreciate it. Arguing with a client is not... That guy, though. What was he even going on about? All those ridiculous demands of his? He's just a blabbering fool trying to act like a know-it-all. Another glass, please, boss. I'm not leaving today till...
You've got it, sir. I gotta say, though...
It really is every other day that you'd run into a client who knows nothing about construction requirements or architectural style. If this was in the past, I'd never have gone through sick... But perhaps getting used to this just means that I've grown numb to it. I've worked on so many projects since graduation, and none of them have been approved at the first pass. I would spend a lot of time altering my designs, and by the time the clients were finally satisfied, all my passion and enthusiasm would be gone. I suppose, though, that just sticking to your guns and completely disregarding other people's feedback would also not be a good thing. All of this makes for a real paradox, one that particularly crops up in my work, too. In the end, what is the true meaning?
Here's your drink. How are you already spouting nonsense after just one...
Boss, what do you think?
The meaning of art? Really, my friend, who... Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know that I'm interested in business, and some patrons are waiting to be served. So, you'll have to excuse me.
What do you think? Exactly. So our thoughts on the meaning of art are rather in Sumeru, and especially Sumeru of the past, the arts are not a popular discussion topic. Trying to talk about the arts is... It's too bad that I'm not in my best form today. Sounds great to me. I don't even want to think about this project anymore. But what should we do? Huh? Where? I mean, it's not like it's some kind of secret. You probably already know. My mother is also an architect. I've always adored her drawings, and when I was young, I used to sit next to her and watch her bring all kinds of buildings to life on paper. Perhaps. In fact, I have also seen my mother argue with her clients, but she would always... Unfortunately, I've barely had any contact with her since she remarried and moved abroad. Even if I wanted to ask her about her ability to stay positive after an argument... I did remember something else, though. When my mother left, she only carried some small personal luggage with her. She left most of the... At the time, she even told me that it would be great if I could learn a few lessons from her life experiences. So I hadn't quite come to grips with my emotions, and didn't really have it in me to go through any sentimental item. It's been a really long time. Now that so many years have passed, maybe I have finally developed the maturity I need to face those memories without losing my mind. Sorry, I've had too much to drink. Either way, thanks for reminding me that I can invite you to come along. Had I just gone back by myself, it would have looked like I'm thinking too hard about the words is giving me a headache, so I'll just give it to you straight. Thanks to your advice, I have decided to put my current projects on. If you want to stick around and see how this will turn out, you'll be sure to encounter some bits and pieces of my past. All right, then let's head back together. I mean, who knew that the day would come when I, too, would have... Let me see. I should have tidied up the place before I left the house this morning. Alhaitham shouldn't be home now either. He's usually in the Anyway, there's no more time for drinks. I'll go take care of the...
Лохотаем сейчас придет домой. И так наизусть знаю, где его дом.
Alhaitham isn't in, so feel free to sit wherever. I'll bring out the box.
Посмотри, что там в компе обновилось. Какое еще проигрывание открыто? Ладно, пусть пока перезагружается, надо комп, конечно, почистить от всего.
Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. The box is pretty dusty, which means it's already been a while since I've moved into this place. I'm happy for her. I hope she'll be able to find happiness there. She raised me all by herself after my father. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things? Oh, I remember now. This, obviously, I wouldn't call it anything special now, but I was less than 5 years old when I made this drawing. That's more than 20 years ago. You could say it's pretty good. Now that I've said that out loud, I suppose I do have some level of artistic talent, right? Criticism and self-doubt have always been a part of the artistic process. Without criticism, there can be no improvement. I admit that I may have spent a little too long questioning myself this time around, but as you know... Anyway, never mind. The more I talk about it, the less confident I've... My building blocks! It's been years since I've last seen these. When I was a kid, I used to stack them super high. Oh, and this blueprint. I made it by copying my mother's sketch, and the aspect ratio was horrendous. I was super proud of myself when I finished it, and put it in the same pile as my mother's sketches, hoping she'd notice. Unfortunately, my mother didn't realize that I had put it there. When she had a meeting with a client the next day, she handed my blueprint to him by mistake. It was only a few days later that he finally gathered up the courage to pay my mother a visit. He asked, "The door in this blueprint is even taller than the roof." My mother took me with her to personally apologize to the client. She didn't scold me about it in private, though. Instead, she went over all the steps required to draw a good blueprint, and was very patient throughout. Let's see, is there anything else left in this box? This is my mother's notebook. She used to write and sketch in it all the time. When I was a child, I used to be super fascinated by this notebook, and always pestered my mother to let me read it. After asking her a few times, wonder why she didn't take this notebook with her. If only I could. I never managed to guess the password. Hey, it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of inspiration. That's what we need. Who knows? Maybe this time something will click in my head, and the answer will just present itself. Let me think. I could tell what you were thinking. Don't worry, I've tried my name, my father's name, my mother's name, my grandparents' names on both sides, and all of our birthdays. I've tried every name and number. I've even tried stuff like Love You Kave, Take Care, and Yours Truly. I've tried every cheesy phrase and well-wish in the book, but this lock has refused. I wouldn't try that route again. I have a hunch that it won't be that simple. Also, if she really did use something like that, she'd never hear the end of it. So we could find someone who was close to my mother and see if they might know anything? My mother was never really the one to be social. My father was the one with more friends. But although, let me think. Is there still someone at the academia who would know my mother? You've never really heard of her? She's a famous Gasharwar scholar and leading expert in formal garden design. My mother studied under her as a student many years ago. Professor Zaha Hadid published many works during her career, so I was able to learn a lot by studying her essays. If there's anyone who still remembers my mom, it'd be her. She's older now and is no longer teaching at the academia. But if I remember correctly... Let's go take a look. We might run into her if we're lucky.
ёптать. В своем этом. А тут ничего не открывается.
What am I supposed to do now?
Tainari, what are you doing?
Oh, it's you. I came into the city to buy some experiment reagents, hoping to bring them back with me to Gandharva. But as soon as I got here, I noticed someone banging on Cyrus's door. You've all heard of Cyrus, right? He's an ex-sage. I was thinking about going over to ask what's happening. That granny over there may appear old and frail.
Granny?
Yeah, she's just over there. You could...
I had a quick drink or two.
Drinking in broad daylight. Really? You want to pass out by the road and get run over? And you, traveler? You didn't try to stop it? You look like a wreck, Kaveh. What happened? You know what? I'm hosting a meal at Pardistii tomorrow evening.
Huh? Oh, I had no idea. Let me...
All right. Then I'll plan on reserving 2 seats. I'll be heading back to Gandharvaville for now. I have a feeling that argument over there is going to continue.
A granny who lives nearby. Let's go take a...
Ha! So, plan on keeping yourself locked in there, huh? My tomato was growing so well. It had all the potential to become the best
I already told you I had nothing to do with it. Why would I? You'd have to be awfully green as an investigator to think it was me. You see, the word green here could refer to both the color of the tomato and the fact that your skills could use some.
Enough nonsense! Just come out and face me, you...
You're out of your mind. If I've actually done something wrong, then get a mud.
Oh, why you?
Professor Zahaha...
And who are you? How long has it been? Come on, get over here and let...
Professor, what's going...
It's no big deal, really. A few of us old scholars got bored in our retirement and decided to put together a vegetable growing competition. At the end, whoever... Which brings us to our current predicament. My tomato was
Hey, don't try to defame me in front of the kids. If we're airing out each other's dirty laundry now, then why don't we talk about you sneaking into
Lucky for you, seeing these youngsters come to pay their respects today has put me in a... Come on, let's go. We'll take our conversation elsewhere.
Yes.
Is Faranax?
Yes, as far as I know. She left for Fontaine some time ago, and...
Ah, yes. I did...
No, not at all. She's already sacrificed a...
That's good to hear. Your mother did struggle quite a bit. Sometimes I wonder if things were harder for her because she was so beautiful. People were always drawn. She was still quite young when she first joined my class as a student. Beautiful and radiant with her golden hair, yet quiet and single-minded. She had to make a lot of drastic changes in her life. Even during her time in the academia, she was a thorough perfectionist. If she was unsatisfied with something she had made, she'd insist on redoing it. She had many admirers, and they'd always fill up the first few rows of seats, hoping they could get closer to her sitting in the first row. If it were any of my other classes, you'd have found nobody sitting in the... But every time I saw her, she was always in that same rigid pose. She'd have one hand on her forehead with the other clutched.
I'm sure she had many difficult moments in her life. How did...
I'm not too sure. She never talked about such things with. I do remember one time, though, when she got into a heated argument with a friend. She said something I found very memorable. She said, "True art cannot be understood, but as an artist, I wish some people could If you ask me, that's probably the greatest source of pain for geniuses of—
So that's how it is. I wonder if the password could be... I tried both just...
What are you trying to do?
My mother left her notebook to me, but it has a password and I haven't figured out what it is yet. I'm trying to learn more about...
It's the least I can do. Talking to youngsters like yourself makes me feel younger, too. Honestly, your personalities are quite alike, too. You're both stubborn and both a little awkward. Of course, I'm sure the similarities are mostly superficial. But I've taught a lot of students over my career, and in my experience, very few genius architects, they would know exactly what they want to express and fight for it tooth. Some clients would choose to respect the architect's vision or just let the argument go because of the architect's reputation. But those are the rare ones. When Farnak first graduated, she was getting into arguments with her clients nearly every single day. I think it only got a little better when she met your father.
I see. But could he understand the designs my mother made?
No, I think they were probably beyond him, too. But despite that, he still... Faranek had many admirers, but she ended up choosing your father. His support probably played a part in that decision.
Нет, кот, это не тебе. Буду себе ногами.
So instead of understanding, perhaps all we need is just companionship. Huh. It worked.
Oh, was that the right password?
Yes!
Then you should be on your way, child. Find a quiet place and see what she wanted to say to you. Being the awkward person that she is, I suppose there were many things that Faranek could never say out loud. Instead, she probably left them in her diary, hoping that they would make their way to you one day. If you're ever in a mood to chat again, just come and find me here. You're all...
Thank you so much, Professor.
There's no need to be so formal. I'll let you kids go. It's time for me to take
I wonder what my mother could have written about.
They all say Zaha Hadid's class is the toughest, but I think it's actually not too bad. On the other hand, though, structural mechanics is definitely a pain, no matter how you try to approach it. I met someone special. At first, I didn't think much of him, but now, I feel very happy whenever I get to spend time. We decided to name our son Kaveh. I don't think a younger me would have ever imagined forming such an intimate bond with another person. Back then, I lived only in the shadow of myself. The bad news came. And even though it's been several days now, I still can't bring myself to come to terms with what happened. My eyes are so swollen, it's hard. But I have to face reality. I still have someone to take care of. No matter what happens, I'll do my...
Huh? Is this a drawing? Seems like it was done by my mother. This blonde man was probably my father, but who are the other people in the picture? Huh? From the dates in the notebook, she probably drew this more than 30 years ago. I hadn't even been born yet. Maybe we were thinking too much. Oh, there are a few...
The one who invited us to the gathering is a talkative woman. Including us, 3 couples showed up. There was also a person who came alone. The talkative woman introduced everyone to each other. She spoke really quickly, so I couldn't quite catch everything she said. But I also didn't feel like asking her to repeat herself. My husband seems to be friends with the man with long ears. I couldn't really join their conversation, so I've resigned myself to sitting in a corner. I don't think I'd be able to become friends with any of these people. Especially that stiff-looking couple. That man is certainly very handsome, but he would constantly alternate between disjointed and serious ways of talking. His wife is a bit... We were not acquainted with each other to begin with, and I doubt we'll see each other again after this gathering. The ambiance of this gathering is surprisingly pleasant, however. Talking to people can allow us to find some peace after a long day. Maybe my son will also partake in these gatherings in the future. I hope he'll be able to make many friends.
Who would have thought my mother used to attend that kind of thing? It seems she was only good at talking about her own work, and found it difficult to join into other conversations. As a result, she often kept to herself and would be off to the side, drawing. There's more written on the back. Oh.
Kaveh. I was both overjoyed and distressed. When I learned of your decision to continue, you are very talented, and I am confident that you will become an architect of much acclaim. However, the more talented, no one will be able to help you during your journey as an artist. But outside of your life as a creator, you can learn to form connections with other people. And whenever you feel down, seek out a friend to sit and have a chat. You can accumulate joy and fulfillment by spending time with them. The positive feelings you gain will get you through the long and difficult years. Never forget that companionship is the most important thing of all.
So that's the answer she prepared for me. She really thought long and hard about me and my future. Well, now that I've read her words, do you think I should accept Tainari's invite and attend that dinner at Pardis Di? Although it'd be nice to get together with friends and chat the night away, I don't want to bring... Besides, don't most people hate the feeling of seeing their friends troubled and being unable to help? And don't forget, I'm also older than all of them, as there's... You're not wrong, but I keep feeling... Wait, do you mean it? You're not... I've gotten so used to sarcasm that I can't tell what's genuinely a compliment anymore. Wait. You know what? I'm not going to overthink it. I'll see you...
Alhaitham also got my invite, right? Will he be coming to join us?
That guy? He's never been a fan of social gatherings.
Are you sure?
Yeah, let's go. I mean... Maybe we should give him a little more time.
Oh, sure.
You still haven't told me, what's the occasion for getting us together here at Pardis Di?
We're celebrating the end of the first phase of Kale's studies. I wanted to thank you all for the help you've given.
Then where's Kale?
She said she wanted to show everyone a bit of what she's learned, so she's still doing some last-minute prep at home. She'll be here shortly. Anyway, let's get started. To tell you the truth, the curriculum will become a lot more involved, and I'm worried that she won't be able to get through all of it. I was hoping we could brainstorm...
I knew this wouldn't be just a simple free dinner. Is that why you also invited Alhaitham?
Yes. I thought it would be good if we could... Anyway, let's take a quick trip down memory lane. What did you guys do when you ran into a problem that you didn't...
Never happened to me.
I'd just pull another all-nighter.
You two are hopeless. Does anyone have a more useful answer to the question?
Ooh, that's a good point. Confidence is the most important thing. Once you lose your sense...
This could be a potential direction. I have already redesigned the literacy curriculum.
It's very simple. Instead of focusing on the amount of material you would like to teach, focus on the amount the student would be able to remember.
Wow, you actually showed up. I could probably count the number of times you've actually come to gatherings.
It's still more than the number of times you've managed to get a proposal approved on the first try.
As long as you're still aware. So, what made the difference this time? Are you looking to drink your sorrow?
That's your purpose for being here, not mine.
So you're saying the only reason you came is to help Tainari with his brainstorm?
Precisely. Kale will have a long...
Hey, just to get one thing clear. Even if Kale manages to make her way to the academia, we cannot let her enroll in her avatat. Kasharawar is obviously the best choice for her.
What are you saying? Spawn Tamad is the better choice. It's where I graduated from, after all.
Then what about Amorta? That's the Darshan her master actually graduated from.
There are only 2 other Darshans left. We might as well select all of them on her enrollment application.
I'm trying to have a serious discussion here. Traveler, you aren't associated with any of the 6 Darshans. In your opinion, which Darshan...
Well said.
Agreed. And my goal in inviting you here was to...
Phase 2 far exceeds Phase 1 in both curriculum complexity and the speed of instruction.
Hey, what are you thinking now? Please don't tell me you're planning on lending her those abstruse books from your home library.
Actually, I was thinking about lending her a professions guide.
I'll make sure to write, "Don't become an architect," on the front page of that. You're right.
Is there another phase after Phase 2? What's the ultimate goal of all of this? Are we trying to prepare her for it?
We don't need to think that far ahead.
I'm telling you, that client had no idea what he was talking about. No matter what I did...
Have you considered finding another client?
They're all the same. I haven't had a good night's sleep for months now. Who do they think they are, ordering me to alter my...
It's too late now to change careers. You might as well try to find some joy. Besides, you'll be getting up in the middle of the night to make edits to your own design even when the client doesn't request it.
No!
Cheer up, Kaveh. I'll tell you a new joke.
We'll save that for the end, Sino. You can keep it to...
Whatever.
Крутая картинка. Вообще классная.
Wait. Huh? No. What?
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever. Oh, hey. I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime. So you saw all that, did you? Anyway, thanks. Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine. Same as last time. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine in a glass of juice?
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you... That guy, though... Another glass, please, Bob.
You've got it, sir.
It really is every other day, but perhaps getting used to I would spend a lot of time altering... I suppose, though, that just stick... All of this makes for a real...
Here's your drink.
Boss?
The meaning of art. Anyway, I don't know about art, but...
What do you think? Yes, art. Let's say that I built a... The problem is that it can be very... He understands nothing about my design. And all the suggestions he made were as if he just wanted to mock me. You mean, if I manage to get him to see things my way... Time to get going. I know where we'd be able to find the guy. There's no time to waste. The wine can wait until another time.
О, нихуя.
Kaveh, what are you doing here?
I've changed my mind. I was...
My apologies as well. Now that I think about it, if I choose you to create the design for my project,
Thank you for understanding. Mutual trust is the basis for good communication. To be perfectly honest, your commission request has been the most peculiar one I've ever received. Even now, I still know nothing about the building's intended purpose. All I know is that you want to build something in the desert. I am aware that overly specific requests will restrain the architect's artistic freedom. However, knowing nothing about the intended... I've produced several draft proposals for you to choose from, and you've rejected every single one. If we don't get on the same page, it could be a decade before we can finally break...
Yes, I've given this some thought already. I think we can go with the general direction of the... It's just...
Just...
Putting the building design aside, can we get some less expensive materials for the floor tiles? Yeah, I know someone in the business, and the red bricks he sells can go for pretty cheap. The timber here as well. We should be able...
Please give me a moment. So, let me get this straight. You want to reduce the cost of the project, right? Architectural design cannot be neatly split into discrete parts. Any change to one part of the design will affect the quality of the whole thing. I decided to utilize high-end timber for this section because the weight... Same with the tiles. Switch them out and the entire mural will have to be redesigned. More importantly, if we make such a change, both its practical function... If all you need is a building with a roof that can keep people dry in the rain, you shouldn't have commissioned me. Many architects would be able to build you one of those while charging far less in...
Actually, Please.
I think the most important thing for me is to understand what you would actually like to get. If you could tell me more about your vision, I might be able to work with the design some more.
I want to build something unique. Something quiet and warm inside. A refuge that can... I want all who enter this building to be able to temporarily forget everything.
That's a bit more information than last time, but it's still extremely vague. To put it another way, every rich person who wants to... We've gone through many proposals, and this draft is already the cheapest one. Cutting costs by substituting building materials will not only detract from the overall effect of the building, it also will...
Thank you for giving it so much thought. Please, give me some more time to mull over the budget. I still have a few business meetings that I must attend, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave for now. You can just leave the proposal.
I also have a similar feeling. Is that really okay? He does seem really suspicious, though. He dresses like a rich person, but that's actually pretty common. Not all rich people are spendthrifts. Many are just, as if not more, stingy than him. The more mora some people have, the more they love interfering with people's lives. Like constantly reminding you to pay back your debts. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not even sure this person really wants to work on this project with me. Putting his vague requests aside, he still... Who knows how long construction will take if he keeps delaying things like this? We should find him again and get some clearer answers. The sooner we can break ground on this, the better. Huh? Where did he go? I could have sworn he went this way. Let's keep looking. Oh, hey, look! Isn't that Badawi? It sure looks like him, but he's dressed completely different now. What is he up to?
Didn't I tell you before? I'm not looking for more workers. Plus, aren't you a bit old for physical labor? If something happens to you, I won't be able to pay for it.
Oh, you won't have to worry about that. I grew up as an Eremite mercenary and worked in the... I don't have many talents, but I still have my muscle. If you need someone to unload goods or...
You used to be an Eremite.
I know there are a lot of bad apples in our ranks, but most are just trying to make a living. We're not that greedy by nature, and we'll do our best when given...
I'm sorry, but I still can't take you in. I don't have any open positions right now, and don't have the Mora.
Okay.
He used to be a member of the Eremites? Huh. From the way he was dressed, I would have thought he was... We meet again.
Huh? Why?
That's what we wanted to ask you. Who are you? Why did you dress up like a merchant to talk? There's no need for us to continue this project if you still want to keep hiding things from us. I don't work with
Believe me, I didn't have any... All right, there's no point hiding anything anymore. The building I'm trying to commission you for is not really a personal...
A library? Funded entirely by yourself. Shouldn't this be the responsibility of the academia? I've heard that the academia will be looking to prioritize the desert with the allocation of educational resources and materials. It sent over a large shipment...
You're right. And I was aware of these happenings as well. I just figured the desert is too vast. Even if the academia spends a lot of effort trying to disseminate knowledge in those parts, it might still take decades, if not centuries, to reduce the educational gap that already exists between the two. And what's more, I don't know if the academia would... All I know is that as a desert dweller, we should not wait passively for good things to happen to us. If we only did that, we'd never be able... I don't have much longer left on this world, so I just want to use whatever time I have to contribute something to my homeland. I didn't want you to know that I came from the desert. I've lived in the desert my entire life, and there wasn't anyone here that I could trust.
To the point that you even disguised your identity? That's certainly taking playing it safe to the next level. Hold on.
When I first came to Sumeru City, I brought a lot of Mora. Someone agreed to take on the project, and even took a sum of Mora from me. After that, I heard that there are a lot of untrustworthy people in this business. Some would run as soon as they've been paid, while others would deliberately use... I spent a while collecting information in the city. and eventually learned that you're the most famous architect in all of Sum. By the way, how did you know I was scammed? I don't think I...
Just a hunch. A while ago, I accepted an offer to work on a project in the desert. I ran into someone who was living in a pretty run-down house. I noticed a load-bearing wall on the verge of collapse, and suggested that I build a new house. He said that he had no way to pay for it, so I loaned him some of my own mora, and told him to get some stone and timber from the local vendors. Soon after that, I found out that he had gone, and after that, he even borrowed mora from me twice more, using a different excuse each time. I didn't even suspect him of any wrongdoing until he hired a group of mercenaries and tried to ambush. According to him, I looked like an easy target because I was an academia scholar who didn't have any family or friends in the desert. What kind of
Those kinds of things do happen every once in a while, yes. Folks like him are the exact reason why us desert...
It's all right. You were also scammed by someone from Kasharwar, after all. I should apologize to you on their behalf. Ultimately, neither of our experiences had anything to do with the desert or the rainforest. People who are new to an area are always easy targets. Yeah, you'll find both good and bad people everywhere. I can't understand the logic of those who like to take advantage. Anyway, I digress. Let's return to the topic at hand. Did you keep rejecting my designs because you thought I was deliberately using expensive materials to take a cut as a middleman?
That's what I was afraid of initially, yes. I eventually understood that you weren't out to cheat me. But unfortunately, I've done the math and know that we should be able to make it if we cut some corners. However, after our conversations, I can see that you're passionate about your design. So, I decided to try and see if I can afford your proposal as is. I've been looking for work every day.
By cobble together, you mean you're going to spend your entire life savings on this project? But then...
To be honest, I haven't really thought about that. I mean, when you've lived to be my age and something happens, you can't really call... All I want is to build this library before I leave this world, so that the children of the future would have some books to read. And the desert dweller... A while ago, I heard that the academia had decided to recruit a number of exceptional children from the desert. Of course, this is welcomed news. I know the desert life, and can predict what the problems will be. Many children from the desert have had neither the interest nor the proper environment to learn. So even if the academia would take them in, once they enter the halls, they might find themselves surrounded by other children who look and act very differently from them. And as a result, they...
Yes, my father passed away at an early age. Even though I had a good number of friends during my years at the academy, I'm sure a child coming all the way from the desert will have an But let's bring this back to the building itself. I think you said that you want this building to be quiet and warm, with its doors serving as a solid barrier to block out the sound. Building it according to the current plan will be quite costly. Even if I don't charge you any commission fees, I don't think we'd be able to... Sponsor the project? You mean convince wealthy merchants to... That does make sense. A library is a big... What do you think? If we can find others to sponsor the project, we could potentially increase the...
It's all fine with me, but where do you think we'll be able to...
Well, you're right. If I really think about it, I'm not too familiar with men... Her? Hard pass. With her shrewd and greedy personality, she would never put Mora into something like this. Now there's an idea. She probably won't say no if all she'll need to do... Let's go and pay her a visit.
Now here are some unexpected guests. When I saw Kaveh, I almost thought it must be that time of month again. Sadly for me, I must wait a few more days before I can collect my shiny Mora.
Hey, can't you think of something else for a change? You are literally living in an objet d'art. What is the point of wealth, anyway? Is your happiness entirely dependent on—
That's exactly right! Mora is extremely valuable, you see. If you don't keep your mind on it, if you ask me, this place is still way too empty. Just give me some time and I'll fill it to the brim with lots and lots—
You're hopeless.
Oh, so you have an actual reason to visit me? Alright, let's hear it. Merchants? Why? Is there— Oh, I see. So you're just looking for—
I knew you wouldn't be interested in something like this. Still, you wouldn't refuse just making some introductions for us, would you?
Sure, I can connect you with some folks, but with every service—
A fee? You mean just for introduction?
Of course! Making introductions means using my connections and putting my reputation on the line. Why wouldn't I charge a fee for something so important? And since we've known each other for so long, though, I'll give you a huge returning customer discount.
500,000? I guess that's okay. But why are you charging a fee before we've even secured any funding? Besides, by helping us out, you'd be doing a great service to the public. Can't you take your mind off your
Very well. Since you're so— 3 of my business partners came by earlier today to discuss some things with me, and they still haven't left yet. I'll arrange a meeting for you. Just so—
Thank you.
You can wait here. I'll bring them over to you.
Dory gave us a brief introduction about the two of you. You are— To be frank, I don't feel like there's an obvious business opportunity here. But since Dory took the time to introduce—
All right, here's the situation. I've been commissioned to build a library in the desert, with the intended goal of allowing the desert—
So it's a public welfare project?
Correct.
Then the commission fees will likely be very low. You should be careful.
I'm not too concerned about how much I'll get for the commission fees, actually. I'm fine with doing it for free. I just want to get this project rolling as soon as possible.
So what? You can't possibly— Besides, what does a library in the desert have to do with us? If you want to build it yourself with your own Mora.
Hey, there's no need to be so harsh. They are Dory's associates, after all. Here, can you tell us a bit more about what we can gain from sponsoring this project? So we'd mostly be doing it for reputation and exposure?
Well, just speaking for myself, I've got nothing.
I also have a concern. It feels like there's not much to profit from in the short term. But in the long term, the reputation gain also doesn't sound like it—
Then how about this? What if, instead of building a single library, we commit—
Wouldn't that just cost—
Yes, but in that—
I'll just give an example. If we were to build a library and a school near Aru Village, then the desert dwellers would gradually begin to mine. A whole suite of buildings will be able to host more traffic, and thus drive the economic development of the entire area. In turn, that would lead to direct business opportunities. I've been to the desert several times. Although there are still many lingering tensions between the two regions, the amount of interaction has been steadily increasing, and in the long term, the desert will—
Education in the desert is indeed an industry that has not been tapped into.
And you just believe anything
Even the greenest amateurs know that urban planning will affect population flow. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone on the street to
You...
Wait, something just occurred to me. If we're going to build a library in the desert, but it seems we're not the only ones with our eyes on the village. I heard a rumor a while back saying a lot.
What?
What?
In other words, if we try to join the fray now, there won't be much left for us. If we want to build a suite of buildings focused on education and culture, Aru Village is the prime location. If we want to build it anywhere else...
Then there's no hurry. We can wait for Aru Village to develop more first and get into the market for expansion to other areas.
But if you...
Is there nothing else to discuss? Great timing! I pretty much heard all I want to hear. If there are...
I'll be off as well. If you have any new ideas, please feel free to...
It seems like the others are not interested in funding this, so no point in me doing this on my own.
Hey, guys, wait! Well, what can I say? I guess it went somewhat as expected. They are Dory's friends, after all. Yeah, it's just another day doing business with people. But looks like we'll have to figure out some other way to get...
How did the meeting go? Want to talk about it? Oh, where did all that passion go from earlier?
Please don't tell me that you're here to mock...
What kind of person do you take me for? Would the kind and generous Lord Sakuma Bay really do such a thing? I will. You can try to talk up the project all you want, but the facts will remain the same. This project is high investment with slow returns. No sane person would put their money...
But this isn't just a business project, right? Also, if you already knew no one would want to partner with us, why did you still try to charge me 500,000 mora? You scammer!
You might want to remember who your creditor is before you start talking...
I'll pay back every last coin that I still owe you.
Alright, since you're so devastated about this, I'll set you up for dinner with another big-name merchant. In fact, I'll be inviting the most famous merchant in all of Sumeru. So,
What? I would like to sincerely apologize. So, where...
Follow me. Oh, I suppose...
I just wish that some people would actually do their jobs.
This is the place.
You said you're going to introduce us to the most famous merchant in Sumeru.
You still don't get it, huh? The most famous...
Huh? So you meant yourself all along?
Well, I've given it some thought, and that complex of education and culture building, it'll be a pretty big Mora sink, and I'll have to fund it all on my own. But that's not really a problem.
Seriously? Where's this generosity coming from so suddenly?
The reasons are not important. What's important, however, you know just as well as me that once this project actually breaks ground, it'll start sucking Mora from my pockets like crazy.
I get it, I get it. I won't charge any commission fees, and I'll take...
Splendid! Then let's sign the contract right...
This way, the children of the desert will have some books to read. Of course, there are a few things better than using my knowledge to help other people change the... I must thank you as well, Dory. I used to say you only cared about Mora, which might have been so... Now, let's have a quick discussion. Where would you want the library to be?
There's no rush. I'll provide you with a copy of the deed when we get back.
Huh? The deed? So hold on a sec. The person who has been buying...
Oh my, did I not tell you about that? Yep, yours truly has been buying up all the land. I must thank you for bringing your idea. So, from my perspective, this has been a great turn of events. I didn't put much in and easily got a lot.
But what about my commission fees?
Huh? Didn't you waive those yourself? I was just gonna say that to Kakas. We mustn't procrastinate and should start construction as soon as possible. But before I could finish my sentence, you volunteered to waive your commission fees and even promised to take responsibility.
It's obvious that you used every trick in the book to deceive me. You deliberately paused for a long time while talking.
Huh? You really think so? Well, the contract's already been signed, so there's no point in dwelling on the details.
Fine, I'll drop the argument on the commission. I'm going to order the best dishes and booze this place has to offer, and lots of it.
Вот тут есть еще какая-то линия вниз идет. Предполагаю. Когда мы предложили... А, типа настоять на своем.
Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at... Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine in a glass.
I know you're already keeping us... That guy... Another glass.
You've got it.
It really is, but perhaps getting... I would spend a lot of... I suppose, though, all of this makes...
Here's your drink.
Boss?
The meaning of... Anyway, I don't know...
What do you think? No worries. It's been bothering...
Это, по-моему.
He understands nothing about my design. And, okay, it is possible that well, given I'm already on my 6th draft, I can probably push myself to make a 7th. There's no time to waste. The wine can wait until another time.
Cave.
I've
my apologies as well. If I choose you to create the design...
Thank you for... To be perfectly honest, even now, I still know... I am aware that I've produced several draft proposals.
Yes, I've given... It's just... putting the timber here as well.
Architectural design cannot be... Same with the tile. If all you need...
Actually...
I think the...
I want all...
We've gone through many...
Thank you. I still have a few business...
I also have a similar... He does seem real... That's actually pretty... The more Mora some people... Actually, who knows how long... Huh? Where did he go? I could have sworn he went this way. Oh, hey, look!
Didn't I tell you before? Plus...
Oh, you won't have to worry. I don't have...
You...
I know there are...
I'm sorry.
Okay. He used to be a... We meet...
Huh?
That's what we wanted... there's no need...
Believe me. All right.
A library? I've heard that the academia will be...
You're right. The desert is too vast. And what's more, all I know is that I don't have much longer left on this world. I didn't want you to know that I...
To the point that you even...
When I first came to... Someone agreed to take... After that, I heard... I spent a while... By the way...
Just a hunch. I ran into someone who was... He said that he had... And after that, according to him...
Those kinds of things...
It's all right. Ultimately, neither of our experience... Yeah, you'll find... Anyway, I digress.
That's what I was afraid of. I've done the math, and so... I decided...
By cobble
To be honest... All I want is to build this library. A while ago, I heard that I know the desert life. So even if the academy...
My father passed away, and I'm sure a child coming old... But let's bring this back. Building it according to the current plan will be quite costly. Even if I don't charge you any commission fees, I don't think would be able to keep it under your budget.
Блядь, нихуя не грузит, а? Ну, конечно, что у меня интернет-то весь забитый. Телеграм, можно работать, пожалуйста? Я отключил уже Wi-Fi. Я пошла в телегу чекать их эти карточки. Это же мне Линет отправила. Я Лини пошла смотреть. Он не Лин, а Лини. Мне интересно было, как он выглядит. Такой, типа, карту держит. Прикольно. Иллюзионист. Единственное, что вот его чулки, и с учетом того, что их придерживает такая хрень, короче, я не знаю, как это называется. Ну, типа, у девушек тоже есть такая держалка, выглядит очень странно, то, что это мальчик в чулках таких. Да, это выглядит немного странно. Линет, конечно, тоже красотка. И цвета мои любимые еще. И они оба с фиолетовыми глазами, да? Ну, одной поярче, другой посветлее. О, Фремине тоже и анонсировано. Походу, мне кажется, 2 новых персонажа 4-звездочных в одном баннере, да, будет? Это двухручник. И с этим, с колоколом в руках. А, он, по-моему, подводник, короче, если не ошибаюсь. Водолаз. Клево. Всех анонсировали. Ой, тут, блин, замучишь смотреть сливы. Тут так много. Сейчас будут сливы. Контент будет по Фонтейну, наконец-то. Да, водолаз. Слово просто вспоминала. Короче, Лина у нас переименовали в Лини.
A slightly different style. Most architects would probably prioritize cutting costs and removing extra features in this situation. Indeed, converting the building into a simple bungalow would solve most of our problems. However, I do not think this would be the best solution. While it's true that the aesthetic value of a building is often viewed as an afterthought, neglecting it has some long-term negative consequences. It is especially undesirable in this situation, as the library will serve a high number of children, many of whom would have never been exposed to structures that may be considered elegant or beautiful.
Мне первый вариант больше нравился. Может быть, перевели так, потому что, ну, например, на русский оно Лини звучит как-то странно. Да, и Арлекина. Там есть какой-то видос, но я его потом посмотрю с Арлекина. Мне до сих пор интересно, Арлекина станет игровой или нет. Но она, по-моему, пиромечница у нас.
To completely give up on the more aesthetic design would mean stripping the children of an opportunity to appreciate the beauty of architecture and share Badoui's sentiments in wanting to preserve a more complex design.
Полазить по сливам, посмотреть, что там.
However, if we can reduce the ornate aspects of the design while maintaining its fundamental elegance, which is to say we won't touch the arches and stone pillars, but make changes elsewhere, this is definitely a first.
А тебе... Ты же и Лини, и Линет видел еще... Когда всех анонсировали там вместе с Сайной, кто там еще будет. Ну, короче, вот каждый по персонажу. Тебе что, Линет тогда не понравилось? Ну, не обращал внимания, а тут анонсировали все красотка?
To make up for the loss of regular details, we would need...
I see. Would that really...
It just increases the difficulty of the design. You should feel lucky that out of all the architects in the city, as for inspiration, I think I
Чё
might
ты
have something in mind,
угораешь?
but I'd need to visit the site to make sure. Where do you want this place to be built? Tell me the exact location.
Aru Village. Although it wasn't mine.
Okay, then we can pay a visit.
Is there something I can do for you? I've already caused you a lot of trouble
Ты не
before,
знаешь, о
and
чём я? А
now
ну давай
you're revising the
признавайся.
design again because of me.
Небось
Which
на
draft are we even
ушки с
on now?
хвостиком подсел,
It's
да?
making me
Такой,
feel
она
terribly guilty.
красотка вся. То лисичек ему подавай, то кошечек ему там подавай. Евген ушел. Евген сейчас написал Делюк One Love.
Let me think.
Ван
You
Гуэл.
said you used to be an Eremite mercenary, right? In that case, you could help us clear out some... We want to keep the roads clear, and reduce the loss of materials during transport to a minimum.
All right, just leave it to me.
What are you waiting for, then? Let's...
Я пироженки кушаю. Порчу себе аппетит, но все равно один хер жрать хочу. У меня дома печенье есть и зефирки есть. Мне так вчера пирожных захотелось. Да, есть музончик? А потом послушаем. Новый? Типа из фонтейновский там музончик? Типа новая, да, наверное?
There are a lot of monsters out here today. If you find it hard to keep up, just let...
Oh, don't worry about me. This is nothing. I'll be...
Site clear.
Да нахрен ты мне воздался?
Here you are.
Не, гидра тут нет.
I see everything.
Flicker.
Там будет 361... как его называть? Нет, дендрокул. Гидрокул. Во. Гидрокул, блядь, я не знаю, куда ударение ставить, ну, короче, ты меня понял. Это во всем фонтейне. А в самом начале что-то в районе 140, что ли. Что я сегодня читала. В первой части. Я уже забыла, каково это собирать. Опять. Блядь, нас и Сумера поначалу радовала. Если честно, я заебалась по лабиринтам внизу шариться постоянно.
I'm fine.
А последние два,
I've spent my entire
там
life
вообще делать
fighting
нечего.
these kinds of monsters in the desert after all. They won't get the best of me. But it's one thing to fight against monsters, and another to fight against an old injury. It's something I picked. I don't think much of it back then, but with age, it's few mercenaries get to enjoy their later years. Failing health tends to take the joy out of...
Is there someone you know who can help?
Unfortunately, no. Sometimes I'd close my eyes and realize most of my life story has already been written. I joined the Eremites when I was young, and won many battles with them. My survival was more a matter of, if at all possible. I want future children of the desert to have some more options in life. My apologies. The older we get, the more we tend to ramble.
I think it's really admirable of him to spend
Блин,
his
когда у
whole life
нас фонтейн?
savings
Где-то
on
в
people
сентябре
he's never
выйдет, да?
met.
С месяца. Или в конце августа.
Maybe he's doing this out of natural kindness.
Я там вообще буду
Kindness that
работать
hasn't been
дофига.
eroded away by the struggles
И
of
не
his
до
life.
Фонтейна будет. У меня в конце августа, по-моему, 16 рабочих без выходных стоит. Конечно, нас... а потом тебя заебет, блядь, плавать под водой. Или еще что-нибудь, какую-нибудь механику вот эту вот ведут. Скажешь, блядь, ну, меня заебал Фонтейн, давайте на тлан. Ну вот в этих числах у меня 16 дней без выходных. Может, больше будет. Хуй знает.
Perhaps. Some people call me an idealist. I do have some sentiments of that general persuasion, such as wanting everyone to be able to lead a happy
тебе
life.
вначале тоже понравился.
But my situation is
У меня все равно любимый регион — это Ливия.
in the beginning,
Пока с ним
what
еще
drove me to
ничего не
harbor those
сравнилось.
thoughts was less
Я люблю
idealism
Ливию.
and more a desire to make up for a sense of guilt. When I was young, I impulsively encouraged my father to take part in the first Inter-Darshan Champ. He set off
Я
confidently
когда там
hoping to
сюжетки
win
все
something for
проходила,
me, but failed
задания
to
мне не
clinch
больше
the
всего
title.
понравились.
What's
Вот
more,
это вот
he fell into depression after the
загадки
competition
все, с
and
колоннами,
requested to join
которая
an
была, блядь, я ее
investigative research
кое-как
project in the
прошла
desert.
в плане этого победить там монстров. Этот секрет Чия, там вот эти вот всякие. Где ты мне помогал тоже с убийством монстров. За определенное время, что ли, там надо было. Лея мне больше всего нравится. А по сюжетке, наверное, прям вообще по сюжетке. Инадзума.
I never saw him again. Word has it that he got caught in quicksand. Even if other factors, I started doing many things in life because I wanted to make amends. Even in cases where I couldn't do something for a specific person, at this point, I've tried self-reflection, but it didn't help. I can't seem to walk away from many things that I see or hear about, even if they don't directly concern me. And I can't quite pinpoint the source of it. Maybe it's just like what those Vahumana scholars often say. I could be doing things out of endless guilt, or I could be doing them out of a strong sense of empathy. It could even just be a matter of conceit.
Показывает.
The potential motivations could number in the dozens,
Наверняка уже
but
там
the
все
actions they
прошарил.
result in are the same. Anyway, I suppose I don't really mind being called an
Скоро
idealist.
пойдут сливы
They also use that term to
геймплей с
describe
их.
my father.
Вот это мне больше
It
всего
seemed to
интересно.
carry
Какой же
fewer
у них геймплей?
connotations back when he was around. I've known Alhaitham for many years now, and discussed my ideology with him. He told me a long time ago that no matter how strong of a swimmer you may be, you'll still get dragged under by the others who are drowning once you run out of stamina. He believes this is the fate that awaits all idealists.
Единственное, что, опять же, когда Линлинет выйдут, они, скорее всего, будут вот самые первые, как Сайна. А, нет, тогда был не Сайна первый, Сайна был второй, но не суть. Скорее всего, они будут первые. Тигнари тогда был первый. Раз их уже анонсировали, если с выходом Фонтейна, это значит, боссы все там будут. Надо быстрее будет открывать, чтобы их прокачивать. Блядь. Это вот хреново, заранее не соберешь ничего.
I still believe I should live by my ideals, and I've given him countless reasons why I think it's a good idea. Unfortunately, he remains unconvinced. His personality is the exact opposite of my own, If someone happens... As you can see, I'm not the only idealist in the world. Just as there are different seasons, there are also different people. There are many others who will continue to care about the fates of those who are not directly related to them.
Типа, выйдет сначала Фонтейн, и выйдет этот же баннер с ними. И по-любому все их боссы будут находиться в Фонтейне. Надо бегом бежать, будет идти в Фонтейн, короче, идти на боссов там открывать, чтобы персов прокачать. Про Лини или Нет. Блять, неудобно говорить Лини, конечно. Лин, просто Лин. Так удобнее.
And when I finally
Как я
run out of
тогда,
stamina,
например,
someone will
кого я там
also reach
выбила?
out and bring me back to shore.
Аль-Хатайма, что ли? Или кого? В пустыню-то я ходила. Ну, карту открывать, но заранее-то я не соберу до Фонтейна их, понимаешь? То есть до открытия карты. Я выбью-то их быстрее, блин, чем этот, со 100% гарантом, чем открою карту.
Someone will help me, right?
Так бы заранее было бы все.
But you've helped me plenty already. If you didn't reach out to me, I would either way. I'm feeling much better than when you first found me at the tavern.
Когда я нормально поиграю в Фонтейне. Потому что мне тяжелое лето в работе. Осенью в лучшем случае.
All right, let's head to Aruville. Now that we're here, it's my partner's time to shine. Marak!
Oh, what's this?
My toolbox. I built it using an ancient mechanical core. It's not too smart, but it's super useful and can help me with a variety of tasks. I'll take Marak and find a suitable location for the building. Once that is done...
Traveler?
Ah, you know...
Hello. I suppose you must be Kaveh from Kasharawar. I've heard of you before. My name is...
Educational Assistance Programs.
I can't say I'm too familiar just yet, but if you have any...
I've been commissioned by Mr. Badawi to build a library in the desert. We've settled on the general design direction, but we are trying to finalize some details based on the conditions around the...
A library?
That's right. I want to make sure that...
That's fantastic! I'm sure the children will be thrilled. Right now, we don't have access to many paper books or a quiet place to read.
Let me get straight to my questions, then. Can you estimate the number of children around here who'd be interested in reading? Oh, and have any landslides occurred here recently? And also, where are the spots around the village that... All right, Badawi, let's go over the budget again. We'll keep the building structure the same, but make the place a little bigger, so it'll be able to hold more people and get better natural light. The parts of the project that cost the most will be the insulation and ventilation materials. I'm sure you understand, no one likes to read in a place that's hot. I want to make significant changes to the arrangement of the bookshelves, tables, and chairs. I'll go over the specifics of that shortly. I have two plans in mind. Both are pretty minimalist in style, but will provide a very different... Our final cost should be around 70% of the last figure I quoted. The whole thing should take around half a... Marak has produced a sketch for all of you to see. If everyone's okay with it, then we'll proceed with that as the formal plan. The inspiration just came to me naturally. All I did was put thoughts to paper. I must give you credit, though. If it weren't for your advice and suggestions, according to the traditions of my profession, I should probably name this style after you. Let's call it the... In the meantime, Let's look forward to the day when this building is completed and can finally open its...
Что там еще осталось? О, блин, где? Вот. Еще 2. Блин, а это я какую-то другую открыла. А что там-то идет? Вот я думала, я вниз пошла. Вот на эту. Блин. Ладно, давай вот с этой начнем. Я даже не знаю, что там дальше еще выбирать-то надо. Чтобы внизу-то открыть.
Alhaitham isn't in. Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. I'm happy for her. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things? Oh, obviously I wouldn't call... Now that I've said that out, criticism and I admit that I may have spent a little too long questioning myself this time around. But as you... Anyway, never mind. The more I talk about... my building blocks! Oh, and this blueprint. I was super proud of myself. Unfortunately, it was only a few days later that my mother took me with her. She didn't scold me about it. Let's see, is there anything else left in this box? Huh. What would... this is my mother's notebook. When I was a child, I used... Wonder what... If only I could... Hey, it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of inspiration. Who knows? Maybe this time something will click in my... I could tell what you were thinking. I've tried my name. I've even tried stuff like... I wouldn't try that route again. Yeah, you're right. Although I was hoping to find some words of wisdom from my mother, everyone's life journey is different. Traveler, you've visited many lands and met many people, so I'm sure you've run into situations... I just got an idea, though. If I want to rekindle the creative passion that I had before, instead of trying to unlock an old notebook, what do you think? I'm glad you agree. Then let's start by taking a quick stroll around...
Блин, мне все равно не дает покоя. А что в нижнем-то выбирать? Загуглить, чтобы долго не морать. Кто ты мне хочешь привести? Ты куда вы? Не могу понять, вниз, наверх, вниз, наверх. В библиотеку, что ли?
Of all the places in the academia, I remember this one
Да ну,
most.
дурацкий
When my
переход
studies got
какой-то.
busy, I used to pull all-nighters here trying to finish my blueprints.
Не люблю по этому дереву лазить.
Who doesn't miss their time at the academia? Life was a lot simpler then. I created many designs that I thought were beautiful in the House of Dana. I drew whatever came to mind, since I didn't have to care about budget constraints or turning them into reality. If I had to give a reason... The Academia also had a rule that allowed scholars to annotate any physical books they came across. As a result, the books here are chock full of...
Давай 30 лет еще походим. А как мне не нравится, когда дают этот вот так медленно идти. Ты стик прям выжимаешь вперед, сука, она не идет, блядь. Не идет, нихуя просто.
Oh, here, this is a great example. This book, History of Ancient Sumeru Architecture, contains some analysis that I did many years ago. Huh? Why is Alhatham's handwriting also in here? When did he ever read this book? I guess it's probably from when we worked on that research project together. Anyway, he probably never cared to tell you this, but the House of Dana is where Alhatham and I first met. I came here to do my homework, and saw him sitting by himself next to that row of bookshelves. A group of Haravatat scholars were chatting near him, but he looked as if he was too lazy to join them. There was a pretty stark difference between him and all the rest of them. It was my fault for feeling bad for him. I thought he must have gotten into some kind of trouble and went over to ask if he needed anything, not realizing that...
Not realizing that you were in fact the one in a whole heap of trouble?
И такая я перевоплощаюсь в Альхатайма. Голос его, и я такая...
The House of Dana is a public space. Anyone can come here, no?
But shouldn't you be at the records room at this hour?
You think I would derive amusement from watching you fall into depression over your life's various troubles? I came here to pick up a few files. If your voice hadn't managed to get through my soundproof earpieces, I probably wouldn't have noticed you.
All right. I admit I was probably overreacting just now. Probably not when he's right here with us. As his senior...
There was nothing embarrassing or shameful about it. When I was still a student at the Academia, I once collaborated with Kaveh on a research project. A collaboration is usually beneficial for all parties, but due to issues with our personalities, we ended up going our separate ways before completing the project. We had a number of differences, and they remain unresolved even today. The more important question is, why are you at the House of...
As a senior scholar, isn't it my responsibility to offer my friend a quick tour and explanation?
I see. Then let me guess. Your next stop will be the pavilions around Razan Garden? Our famed architect sure loves... Oh, and Kaveh. A lot of the books you annotated have been moved to the innermost section of that bookshelf over there. You'll have to dig them out yourself if you need to find them.
Huh? But why would you know that? Don't tell me you finally had an epiphany and realized that there's great virtue in respecting your elders' work.
Хуя ты выразился, конечно. Ну за что ты, Кавих, это так? Что за яой, блин? Да, теперь этот... Я представлял. Не могу даже прочитать все, что...
Sure, if that will give you some... Leave any words of thanks you may have to the ex-Grand Conservator. The last time he was here, he was complaining that he had received reports from current students. The main grievance being that the annotations are too long and difficult to read. As a result, the books you annotated have been moved to the back.
What? But all of my annotations were extremely important. Instead of reporting me, they should have been thanking me for my service. The notes that I took, they could... Okay, just you wait. I'm going to fix this right now. I'll dig all the books out and return them to the proper shelves.
Oh, we'll wait. Anyway, you were about to say he's feeling a bit down? Put through the ringer. What an interesting phrase. He probably did suffer quite a bit, that's true. He always spends a lot of time editing his but the satisfaction of one client will not translate to general satisfaction with his work. Many problems in life can only be solved by a fundamental change of attitude. As the leading genius of Kashar, there are plenty of architects in Sumeru who are inferior to him in skill, yet far more irascible in temperament. What's more, there are plenty of people who look up to such individuals as paragons of staying true to one's principles. Clearly, his predicament is inevitable, since he holds other people's feelings as more important than his own. Of course, each person is different, and we should respect the paths that they have chosen. Admonitions will serve no purpose. People tend to succumb to familiar pitfalls, and this is especially true for those who believe it's their duty to carry more burdens on their...
Looks like you were having an enjoyable chat while I was gone. Were you talking about me by any chance?
What do you think?
What else is there to talk about? Surely no one would be interested in talking. Anyway, you should take a look at this. Look at this comment on page 82. Dear Kaveh, thank you so much for annotating this book in such detail. See that? Now that's how a student should treat their
And it looks like you're already in a much better mood now. It really doesn't...
Me? Happy? I'm mocking that retired blockhead for being so full of himself. He understands nothing about the true beauty of architecture.
Why don't you just move all the books yourself? It's not like he hasn't cursed you out before. What was that nickname he gave you while you were in the academia? Kaveh had a habit of scribbling and writing in all kinds of books.
Hey! You didn't need to bring that up. Oh, actually, I also found a really old sketch in one of the books over there. See? Doesn't it remind you of something? Huh? Don't tell me.
Don't ask me. This is the time you specifically put...
You? In that case, allow me to explain. Although this sketch is a little abstract, you can plainly see from the road plans that this was an original concept for the expansion of Port Ormos.
Сумерский Ита. Нет, Ита все-таки дурачок, а это хотя бы архитектурный гений.
We can also plainly see that the designer was a huge fan of this project. It's the project he loved.
If I don't keep bringing up the neat projects that I've done, how would anyone know that I was the one who did them in the first place? There shouldn't be any complaints about Port Ormos. If I remember correctly, the construction process was very smooth, everything was made ready ahead of time, and there were very few safety concerns.
There are indeed no records of any complaints about this project.
See? What did I tell you? Come on, let's take a stroll through Port Ormos next. I'll tell you all about the designs I made for the place.
No need. It's almost time to clock out for the day, and I don't intend on bringing any unfinished work home.
Suit yourself. It's not like you know how to appreciate artistry anyway.
Господи, то мы не видели. Такие толбоксы. Надо еще в этот в ДБД завести, и чтобы он сам по себе чинил, короче. А ты будешь бегать где-нибудь в другом месте.
No, I didn't design any one specific building. Port Ormos had already existed since I was still a young child. It wasn't as large as it is now, though. It only came to its current size after a sizable expansion. The arch bridge over there, for example. That was one of my designs. When I was first tasked with the project, I decided to reference the growth patterns of nearby trees to split Port Ormos into 2 levels. My goal was to improve the... We ran into a lot of issues during construction, but thankfully, we were still able to achieve the original vision. Residents can now behold all the ships entering and leaving the harbor from the vantage point of the bridge, while visitors can recognize... I was still young and new to the trade back then. I could hardly believe that an idea in my head could become the true cornerstone of the creative process. The point about the design that will be ultimately used to judge its true worth. It was the first time that it became crystal clear in
Не
my
знаю, мне
mind.
кажется, их в принципе шиперят вдвоем. Просто я не знаю, мне не нравятся особо шипы между мальчиками и мальчиками. Но, по крайней мере, не между Аликом и кем-то еще.
Once built, a building will continue to stand. Countless
Я
people will
больше
see it,
шипов
and
видела
countless more will step inside
Алика
it.
с
Its final worth, whether it's good
с
or
Лемин.
bad, will be assessed by the countless generations of people that interact with the building during their lives. You think so? I'm glad to hear that. But even with this project, my budget was tight, and I was unable to use the higher quality timber I had originally intended for the design. I knew that some concessions on aesthetics would be needed, as us creative types know better than anyone that most projects cannot be completed without a few regrets. Even the Palace of Alcazarzare was not perfect. Yeah, you're right. I should learn to look toward future opportunities. We've spent long enough here. There's still one last place I want to go, but it's a little far. Would you be interested in a quick trip to the desert? Great. Most of my projects over the last few years have had something to do with the desert, partially because there's a special place there that I often visit. This is a rare opportunity, so why don't you come along, and if you ever feel down, maybe you'll be able to go there and feel better too.
Ой. Сейчас я пойду. Нет, я завтра работаю, Вов. Я завтра работаю.
Who would have thought that so many primal constructs could have congregated here while I was gone? We won't be able to sit and talk peacefully with these guys
А что ты
around.
хотел?
Let's clear the area.
Поиграть вместе? Или чё?
Gather! Here you are. Scatter! Isn't this place great? I often come here to clear my mind when I'm dealing with a difficult situation. You know what I mean. Everyone finds themselves, and just take me as an example. My family life got shaken up quite a bit when I was young. I struggled in school, and I got into a huge pile of debt building the Palace of Alcazarzaray. Although Alhaitham thinks that it's because of my personality that I continue to live in the shadow of the past, I think it's also just a part. You could probably say I've followed in the path of my mother. Like her, I've gained a name for myself as an architect, built something that's seen as my magnum opus, and found many projects that others have entrusted
Так
to
у
me
меня
to
же в
finish.
конце недели будет 2 выходных. Просто единственное, что я вот не знаю, сдвинут мне их на день пораньше или не сдвинут, или останутся как и есть. Вот я завтра собираюсь поговорить. У меня еще будут выходные, но меня не будет в городе на эти выходные. А на следующие выходные, понедельник, вторник, вот я уже должна быть дома. То есть я уже на следующий понедельник, вторник никуда не поеду, у меня будут тут дела в городе.
Life is too boring when you live with no enthusiasm and passion. Only those who believe in the inherent meaning of it can Of course, I will concede that loving something also means taking it to heart. So to an extent, caring is also But still, isn't this place beautiful? Despite the erosion from the winds and changing seasons, you can still... With different landforms come different architectural styles. The desert's
У меня
history
просто
has
сейчас
left it
в
with few
разнобой все
records regarding
будет.
its buildings, so I
Поэтому
often visit the desert to investigate things in person.
июль еще плюс-минус более-менее по выходным. Вот август там пизда, короче. У меня в начале будет выходной рабочий. Ну, там близко друг к другу. В первой половине августа. Во второй половине августа я только буду один раз отдыхать. То есть у меня очень много будет рабочих подряд. Там из-за отпусков, из-за вот этих всего у ребят. А, нет, в конце июля будет очень много еще рабочих. Там достаточно. Короче, так. Там графики, конечно, тоже в разнобой. Главное, чтобы меня на день рождения, я отдыхаю, ладно.
The sight here has moved me ever since the first time I laid my eyes on it. I told myself that one day, my pain will one day fade into nothing, just as I've reached the end of my life. But buildings are different. They are far more valuable than most materialistic things, and far more durable than human flesh. As long as there remain souls in the world who can If you were to ask me what art is, that would be my answer. You think so? But I feel Remember that question I brought up before? The one about whether I should see art as a divine gift? I still haven't found an answer to that yet. But if art wasn't inherently paradoxical and enigmatic, those who pursue art will be unable to avoid the pain that it naturally brings. Will often be floating on cloud 9 one second, and sinking in a mire the next. I'll try gathering my thoughts again once I've found a way to define art. In any case, thank you so much for listening to everything I had to...
кот, ну чего ты? А чего дали? Да что ты? А, ну в принципе, да, тут же. Ой. Куда делась? Так, и у нас останется последняя. Но что ж тут выбрать надо для последнего? Надо загуглить. Я не хочу просто так блуждать по этим диалогам. Такое, как добралась, блин, до... Хотя бы одну сделаю. Доделаю уже до конца. Надо посмотреть, что там задание легенд. Ну как это? Встреча. То задание легенд. Ну, я все задание легенд называю.
Oh, hey. I wasn't expecting to run into you here.
Так нет, он бухать пошел.
Actually, while we're on that,
Он уже
what are you
выпил.
doing here at the tavern? So you saw... Anyway, stress is just an
Нажрался
inescapable
и
part
все,
of being a working
и
adult.
лег.
Boss? Oh, do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine in a glass of juice?
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well. That guy, though. Another glass, please.
You've got it, sir.
It really is every other, but perhaps getting used to... I would spend a lot of time altering... I suppose, though, that just all of this makes for...
Here's your drink.
Boss?
The meaning of... Anyway, I don't know...
What do you think? Exactly. So in Sumeru, it's too bad that...
Так, вот это, по-моему, надо выбрать. Правильно, нет. Еще дальше. Сначала, по-моему, вот это. Вот.
A different... I think I've heard a saying somewhere before. 80% of a working adult's woes are due to not having enough mora in the bank.
Не. Вов, откуда у тебя вообще такие извращенские мысли?
It's just a saying, of course, but even I will admit that my life would be a lot better if I could make additional mora. And if I want to make mora, I should finish that ridiculous commission. But I really... Hold on! I just remembered that I used to have a senior classmate by the name of Alkami. If memory serves me right, He's no longer taking private commissions, but he's still doing pretty... Maybe I'll be able to get some advice from him. Yeah, I should get on this right away. No more wine for me today. I'll grab the bill and be on my way.
Опять туда вниз.
Kaveh, it's you!
Yeah, it's been a long time, Alkami. Things haven't changed much for me.
I heard that you were the genius behind the Palace of Alcazazare.
Well, it's
hard to make a profit. You've got to be joking. Unless the client fled before they paid the commission fee in full. But that doesn't sound right either.
Well,
I understand. Either way, doing one project after another sure gets exhausting over the years. I mean, I obviously never had your reputation to live up to. That must have been stressful. But I'm sure we faced all the same problems. Well, not exactly. Judging from the look on your face, you're still strapped for Mora. That's quite unfortunate. You're the most... With that said, us Kasharawar grads should still look out for each other. What if I told you about...
Are you serious? But something like that has got to be some kind of top... Besides, I don't want to just take something like that without offering anything in return. I still...
Oh, you're too kind. This is just a simple tip. Even if I didn't bring it up, I'm sure you'd hear it from the others sooner or later. The idea, compared to the classes taught by those old fossils at the Academia, my classes are more unlike the Academia. I won't turn down anyone who's interested. It just so happens that I'm still looking for a few more, regardless of the pay. I can already guarantee that it'll be far more comfortable than working on random people's private...
Ah, so you want me to join you as an instructor? That does... What do you think, Traveler?
Then it's a deal?
Yes, it's a deal.
Like I said, there's no need to thank me for this. The lecture room is not far from here, so you... As for the pay, how about we start at...
300,000? Are you...
It would seem that you're still oblivious to your own economic worth. 300,000 is nothing compared to the prestige. 300,000 is also just the base rate. Just trust me on this. I have to go make some preparations now. See you tomorrow.
I was never particularly close with Alkami when we were in school. Who would have thought that he'd be so nice and... I've hosted free lectures before, but this would be my first time being hired to lecture for a formal business. 300,000 Mora per... Thanks so much. Now, what should I talk about tomorrow? Some lessons I've learned over the past few years? I should probably save those for later. For my first lecture, I should start by getting... All right, let's meet here again tomorrow
Слышал,
morning.
да, там для Кавиха 300 тысяч мора, это дохера. А ты даже уровень талантов с 8 на 9, блядь, за 300 тысяч мора, блядь, не поднимешь. Куда идти? Сюда, что ли? Нет. А.
I was up last night preparing for the lecture, but I ended up getting so excited that I couldn't fall asleep. Here,
Lesson plan? But the training center has already developed its own set of teaching materials. Instead of using your own plan, you can just use what we have here. Of course, you're all sure. It's almost time for the lecture to start. Feel free to head in and...
Huh. So you've already developed your own set of teaching materials. Seems like I won't need the stuff I've prepared after. There's something else I want to ask, though.
No need to stress. There are 14 classes at my training center. Out of all of them, the first class has the best grades. So,
20 people, huh? All right.
Oh, and one last thing. In the interest of keeping a quiet learning space, only instruct... I'm sorry to say this, but your friend will have to wait outside while you teach.
Sorry about that.
А мы что-то подозреваем.
Hey there. Can I help you? Oh, well, Kami? You mean that rich guy who's been making... I heard he earned a fortune working as a renowned architect. Now he's opened a training center so others can follow in his... if the tuition wasn't sky high, I didn't...
Did you hear? Alkami recruited Kaveh to be...
I bet that'll boost his enrollment numbers.
Really makes you jealous, eh? If you think about it, Alkami was never that...
That's true, but you've got to admit, his advertisements are really effective. After all, the academia, for those who can't pass the exam, or who just want to jump straight into the industry, the training center is the best bang for the Mora.
Man, to have that kind of business...
All right, everyone. Class is over, so we can just chat for a bit. I shouldn't have lost my temper during the lecture.
No, you weren't scary at all, Mr. Kaveh.
Oh, don't get me started. I was trying to use Alkami's materials, so I flipped through some pages and gave them. Alkami may fool an amateur, but he can't fool anyone who's active in our profession. The materials he made are completely useless. In my opinion, the most important skill of an architect is their ability to craft. There are tens of thousands of buildings in the world, as well as a countless number of architectural styles. Some designs emphasize the architects who can critically evaluate the quality and fit of different designs are those who can come up with great designs of their own. But all these students are doing in class is rote memorization of existing designs. They are learning nothing about the underlying principles. How can they expect to become real architects? When they're done with this class, all they'll become are dilettantes with a pitiful smattering of architectural knowledge.
But, Mr. Kaveh, we didn't really understand anything you said after you threw away the materials either. What's the big deal anyway? It's not like we're looking to make some works of art.
You're studying architecture to make more?
Yeah! Why else? My biggest dream is to become someone like Mr. Alkami. Once I finally make my fortune in architecture.
In that case, I'm afraid you'll probably be disappointed. The reality is that the work of an architect is very difficult.
But how? Mr. Alkami just told us last night that you made a killing by building. He also said that as long as we graduate from his class, waves upon waves of people will reach out to us with... It won't be long before I can put these
Come on. And you all believe...
But Mr. Alkami is
You... It's pointless trying to argue this with you right now. You've already filled your heads with pipe dreams. Let's go, traveler. Let's hear about Alkami's...
Развел. Они ж дети, как им помогут вообще курсы?
Did one of my students offend you? Were the students not astute enough for your liking? I must implore you to go a bit easier on them. After all, they're nothing...
Yeah, I'm mad at them. But I'm even more upset that you're scamming people under the guise of teaching them about architecture. The students are all here hoping for a quick way to make money, but we both know that an architect's life is hard and exhausting. Just a little while ago, I was toiling over the if your client is unhappy, you can't break ground, and the longer a project goes, the longer it takes for you to get paid in full. What's worse, if your client disappears in the middle of a project, good luck getting anything from them ever again. You know all of this just as well as I do.
Look, Kave, you may be the light of Ksharawar, but like you may deny it all you want. But it's a fact that in today's Sumeru, our clients care very little for the effort we pour into our designs. Instead of appreciating us, they spend all their time nitpicking details and demanding changes, often forcing all... Why should we cling on to a profession that's difficult and unrewarding? If the field is dying, then if it's near impossible to make money as an architect, then why not just establish a trade?
Wait, how does that make any sense? Aren't you just leading them into the same trap?
We are already stuck, my friend. The more people we can lead into this pit and stack as padding beneath our feet, the more comfortable our lives will be. That's right. And making money as an architect is a slow and agonizing process.
Нет, он злой на него.
In comparison, earning tuition from a training center is far easier. None of the students will ever know, however. In their eyes, all of my income was earned during my years as the more students I get, the more money I earn. And the more...
And then what? Once they graduate, they'll still find out the truth about architecture and struggle to stay afloat amid all the problems we already talked about. When that happens, your facade will pop like a soap bubble. No one will believe you anymore.
Ah, but that's just one way to look at the problem. No two people have the same amount of talent, even if they fail to strike gold in the future. Oh, and also, I never actually promised that they would achieve financial freedom as long as they become architects. I'm not even scared if they do come back and stir up trouble. My training center has all the required permits and certifications.
How can you sleep at night knowing that you're doing all this? Tell me, is your heart carved out of brick and stone? I can't believe that I once saw you as a decent human being. I am beyond disappointed in you.
And the same goes to you. How many years has it been since you graduated from the academia? If you still can't accept something, only fools will see art as revered and sacred. In the end, art is just another... I urge you to think about what I've said. Offloading your pain onto others is the only way a person can live comfortably. As the light of the Ksharawar, you've accumulated plenty of fame and respect. It's high time. Think it over, Kave. I still believe our collaboration could...
I'm so mad, I feel a headache coming on. There's nothing more I can... Of course. I'm sure you've realized that as long as I remained at this center, he would be able to use my name to advertise this place. Even if I just sit back and do nothing, he is right about one thing, though. These kinds of training centers are everywhere. And even if the academia was to find out about it, it's unlikely. The most that they could accuse him of is false advertising. Even that would be hard to prove. Oh? Did you notice something else? Yeah. You've got... The rate he gave me was 300,000 mora per lecture. That probably came out of the students' tuition. And who knows just how much he's been charging the students for attending his classes.
Ну я же уже говорила, да, усики, пропуск в трусики. Тебе тоже понравились эти усики?
If you're gambling everything on making it rich as an architect, are you really going to have the mora to pay for that kind of tuition? Right. We should hurry. The students didn't believe a word I was telling them. They're still daydreaming about making millions. We're never going to get any information from them again if we let Alkami talk to them first. Let's move now before he's had the chance to react.
Oh, Mr. Kave? What are you doing?
Class finished a while ago, but you're still here.
I wanted to stay for a little longer. I'm still thinking about everything you taught during the class. Even though a lot of it went right over my head, I still thought that—
Of course they were. All the examples I drew were world-famous landmarks. It's a good thing that you could recognize them for their beauty. The accumulation of knowledge is the first step to artistic expression. Instead of rote memorization, you should try to relate and to understand.
Resonate?
Yes. When I first got into architecture, there were many things about it that I couldn't understand at all. I would find a building to be— and for most people, just being able to admire a building is enough. To become a good architect, however, you must also learn— Going from admiration to assessment will take a lot of time and specialized knowledge, and I'm afraid that some superficial speed training won't be enough to take you there.
Just as I thought. Becoming an architect won't be as easy as—
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to crush your dreams. All I want to tell you is that an
I understand. Thank you for telling me the truth, Mr. Kave. I think I'll still stay here for the time.
Paid off.
Sorry, I can't say anything more. Mr. Alkami made it very clear that—
Don't listen to him. I am the most famous architect in Sumeru. If he kicks you out, then I'll—
Real?
Why would I pull your leg? I can see you have some talent. So as long as you get your fundamentals down, you should be able to pass the entrance exam and continue your studies at the academia.
Почему?
Then please keep this a secret for me, Mr. Kave.
Ты вообще читаешь или ты просто
My
смотришь?
family is not very well off, so we couldn't really afford the tuition for this class.
На телефон отвлеклась.
Mr. Alkami was the one who reached out to my parents. He told them that he knew a merchant by the name of Bahar and that we could get a loan from him. He told all the students that once we graduate, people would come flocking to commission us for projects. If everything went well, we'd be able to pay off everything.
How much did your family borrow from this
I think it was—
And what was the interest rate?
I'm not really sure. My parents were the ones who signed the contract. All I know is that the stack of papers was as—
Yeah, I have a bad feeling, too. Something about the whole thing feels dastardly familiar. We need to find that
Да
merchant to
почему?
confirm.
Что
But if we were to
такого?
confront him right now, there's no way he'd admit to anything.
Боже, что ты там с ним делаешь в своих мыслях? Что они у тебя такие? Сука. Вова, ну ты чё?
Good idea. Hey, tell me,
We last saw him on the north shore of Port Ormos. Who knows if he's still in that area, though.
well, it'd still be worth taking a look. Architecture... No. The arts shouldn't be used as bait for a scam. We need to do something before the students' lives are ruined even further.
Чар? Чар? Чё за чар? Ничего не понимаю. Чё за чар? Или чат? Это почему чат? Так, а мы уже прилетели, да?
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen you guys before. Here for business?
You're Fahar, right?
Yes. May I ask?
Alkami. My friend here wants to enroll in his architecture class, but they're a bit short on money. Alkami told us you're the man to go to in this kind of situation.
Oh, sounds like his business is booming. How much do you...
Let me see.
Oof. You call that a bit short on money? Anyway, since you're here because of Alkami, I can work things out for you. Make sure you sign the contract, though. Lots of people are borrowing. Ah, here you go. Don't worry, there's nothing particularly unusual.
And what if they won't be able to pay it back?
What do you mean, won't be able to pay it back? Once you graduate from Alkami's place, you'll be making millions of Mora a year. Easy! At that point, and even if you were to run into some difficulties and need to delay the installments, it's no big deal. We're all reasonable people here. It's hard work running a business. If we're taking risks to supply you with Mora, it's only fair that you take on a bit of the financial risk as well. Anyway, there's no point in tying yourself in knots over the contract. With the way you're reading every single line, it's like you're worried you're about to get scammed out of your whole life savings. Why would I lie to you? Tons of students at Alkami's place have signed the contract. Aren't they all doing pretty well for themselves?
I just did some calculations in my head. When you say the interest will get a little higher, of course the contract did a great job of trying to obfuscate that fact. It only listed the amount that you'll have to repay every day, which gives the false impression that the amount hasn't actually increased by all. If you actually do the math, however, it's clear that the amount you need to pay on interest alone will amount to hundreds of thousands of Mora per year. Most people can't even make that. Even my creditor doesn't dare to raise rates that high. Once a family's signed on to a scheme like this, there's no getting out.
What are you trying to say, huh? I figured something was off when two well-dressed people came looking for a loan. Think you got the better of me? Too many people are sticking their noses where they don't belong these days. Luckily for me, though, this is a pretty secluded spot. Hey, come out and
Eremites? There are only a few of them, so they shouldn't pose much of...
Stabilize!
Our bond is strong!
Flicker.
You won this one.
Who are you and what do you want?
Тебе еще за него у меня играть.
I don't think we've done anything to hurt or offend you. So why go this far to destroy my livelihood?
Debt has the power to upend your whole life. I know very well just how... But my debts are the culmination of many different factors, and my interest rate is still somewhat reasonable. As long as I can... But these students are different. They have neither the mental preparation nor the financial resources to... You sold the dreams of becoming an architect to the students as bait, urging them to take on insurmountable amounts of debt to satisfy your greed.
Ha! Everyone knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. It's their own fault for falling into the trap. And if we're going to talk about greed, aren't those students the ones who are blinded by it? They completely ignore the risk that's right there in front of them.
Ha! And here comes the silver tongue. Surely you use that to reel in the students as well. Even now, many of them are still hopelessly dreaming. People grow by learning from their mistakes. I hope this will be a valuable... Let's head back to the academia and turn this guy over to the Matra. They should be able to link him with Alkami's business. Sino? Didn't think I would...
My vacation just ended not too long ago, so I'm going over some cases. I see. Charging an interest rate over 30%, as it is highly likely that Alkami is also benefiting from this scheme. The Matra will open an investigation on him as well. Any funds we manage to recover from the suspects will be returned to the students. It's unclear how much we'll be able to get back, however, given their extravagant...
That should still be enough. Once the students realize the error of their way... Anyway, thank you for your help. I hope this won't be...
It's no trouble. Just another day at work. How did you two get tangled up in this anyway? Did you accept any mora from him?
He promised to pay me 300,000 mora per lecture, but I resigned as soon as I finished the first...
Ah, that's good.
Hmm? What do you mean, that's good? Would you have taken me into custody as well if
I wouldn't have gone that far. But, had he insisted that you were also an active participant in his schemes, under our... Either way, though, I believe you are innocent in all of this. Had you actually been alright with making money through less than noble means...
Hey, what was that? What do you mean my life is a mess?
Never mind. You're
just messing with me now, aren't you?
Let's get back to business. If Alkami's case can be successfully resolved, you'll be eligible for a monetary reward from the academia.
Huh. I didn't even know there was such a thing. I never would have guessed.
The reward will be given regardless of your personal motivations. It was implemented with the intent of encouraging people to supply tips to the Matra.
Fine.
Is there anything else?
I want to go back to the training center one more time and talk to some of the...
Sure, but you should wait until tomorrow. My subordinates will shut down the center today, and some...
All right, then I'll stay out of their way.
I have a few other things to take care of, so I'll be off for now. If you want to follow up on this case, just come find me again.
That should finally be the end of that. Oh, who would have thought it would turn out like this? All I wanted was to find a new gig and earn some mora. To think Alkami would sink this low, it still makes me really upset. Still, I think I feel a little better now than when you found me back. It's a little ironic, but you could say it's because I've realized that there are many circumstances in the world that are even worse than my own. Now that how should I put it? I'm pretty stubborn when it comes to my profession, so the arguments are usually extremely frustrating. And every once in a while, I'd wonder if I only became an architect because Alkami's suggestion would have allowed me to quit my life as an architect and earn money solely from my reputation. But now that I've experienced that for myself, I can confidently... Every scholar has their own sense of pride and a line that they don't like to cross. Of course, when faced with the vicissitudes of life, some will surrender these things to seek a more comfortable life. Just speaking for myself, though, I don't think that's something I'd ever be able to do. The voice in my heart would just keep repeating if I stopped devoting everything to my creative activities, I'd be able to lead a more comfortable life. But at the same time, my sense of intuition, and at that point, any materialistic ease I may have gained in life would just become another form of torment. In comparison, my current life comes with its share of difficulties, but at least I'd never have to deal with that kind of existential reckoning. I appreciate it. You may call me conceited for this, but I would also like to think I'm talented enough to be able to... It's certainly not easy, but I want to... My thanks again for being such a great help throughout all of this. All right. I'll see you tomorrow then.
Нахуя тебе еще завтра туда идти? Я уже устал. Мне кажется, самая длинная уже идет. Нельзя ничего сделать. Где? Что? Да.
I never would have guessed Mr. Okami was a scammer.
The training center has been shut down, and the Macher have promised to return some of our tuition. But we've already spent so much.
Mr. Kave said we can keep working on our fundamentals and try to get into the academia. Ha! Easier said than done. If it was easier to get into the... Only the best of the best can get into the academia studying on their... Mr. Kave might be willing to teach us.
Why? What reason does he have to stick around?
So, you're...
Huh?
Now, that's Mr. Kave to you. I'm here as your instructor. I'll keep instructing you for a while longer. You can pass on the message to the other students. As long as someone wants to come, they can join the class. Oh, also, I'm usually pretty busy, so I'll only be able to teach architecture fundamentals on my days off. Another disclaimer. Architecture is not an easy profession. Aesthetics aside, even the basics of safe design can already be a handful for most people. If you want to design safe buildings, you'll have to go through a systematic study of structural engineering. And just as a heads up, all of this will be a huge step up from the superficial stuff you were learning before. It'll take both talent and perseverance to get through the course.
We'll try our best.
It seems some of you... All right, everyone, pack your stuff up. No need to prepare much for today's class. You'll know once we get there. Come on, let's get going. We'll be off once everyone's grabbed their...
Куда ты собрался?
This lighthouse has been around for a long time, and I handled its renovations when I first graduated. The point of today is not so much about the lighthouse as a building, however. I just want you to take a look at it and do a bit of self-reflection. If you were tasked today with designing a building, how would you want it to look like? Don't think about how you'd actually go about building it for now. Just put your ideas to paper and draw the prettiest build.
So, it can be...
Yep, as long as you think it'd look good. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a building. If you want, you can draw trees, the ocean, or even a garden area. In my experience, it's best to approach the study of architecture from a point of personal interest, rather than for both the study and practice of architectural design are extremely difficult. A person who's forced to work on projects that they don't resonate with will only struggle and suffer. So at least for today, I hope the students will be able to create something that they enjoy. There's no need to think about it too hard. They'll have plenty of time in the future to revisit the design and make change. What do you think? Want to try your hand at it as well? Don't forget that this is a free class from Mr. Kave, the Light of the Kasharawar. On a normal day, this would cost you 300,000...
Наконец-то. Ну, я типа потом, через полгодика, наверное. Что-то я, блядь, уже устала это все проходить. Лайлу с этим потом сделаем. В принципе, по сути, мы все сделали. Ты что продаешь? Понятно. Ну да, по сути, все. Ладно, надо идти кушать, готовить. Чуть-чуть отдохнуть от телека, так глаза уже болят. Ай, раздевался еще все, спать хочу. Ладно. Пойду сливы еще почитаю.